Good evening and welcome to the City Council work session for the City of East Point. Madam Deputy Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Hemming will not be in attendance. Councilmember Friedley will not be in attendance. Councilmember Atkins. Councilmember Ziegler.
Present.
Councilmember Cummings. Present. Councilmember Mitchell.
Present.
Councilmember Caldwell.
Present.
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Present.
Madam Mayor, we have a quorum.
Okay.
You might need to.
Okay. Okay. Okay, Council. For this evening, we're going to get started. So first up, we had presentations. And, so no, first, I'm sorry. First, we're going to go, we have a
Point of order.
presentation. Yes. Point of order.
My point of order is rule number 6. And rule number 6 is the quorum and order of business. Per Robert's Rules of Order, page 236, further rules and explanation, subsection A. We need to adjourn the executive session meeting that was held on Wednesday and complete the transaction of that business before we can go on with our work session. That's a Robert Rule of Order, further rules and explanation. When the adjournment does not close this session is when an adjourned meeting, number 9, has been set, or in any meeting of a convention except the last one, business is immediately resumed at the next meeting at the point where it is left off, except that there may first be a brief opening ceremony or reading of the minutes. So we need to go back to the meeting on Wednesday, make the motions, the remaining motions from executive session, and adjourn the executive session meeting per Robert's Rules of Order, edition 11. We just need to close out that meeting before starting this one. I could make the motion to close out the meeting, but there were 2 executive session items from that meeting.
Okay.
So I don't remember those.
Oh, being called. Okay. All right. Okie dokie.
So we need to
We
make
need to
the motion
find-
probably to return or to continue with that executive session.
Okay. So can I have a motion
Madam-
for?
okay. Yes.
Motion
Madam
from
Mayor?
Who is talking?
I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to resume council meeting from executive session.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Councilman Atkins?
Yes, thank you. I know that I'm just getting here, and I'm not sure if I'm able to participate in that because I was not here. And yes, I know it's fine. I was not here, so that was just a statement of fact. And so I don't know if I can participate in any of those votes because I was not here for that meeting. And so I'd feel more comfortable, I don't know if our attorney is coming, just asking questions of our attorney. Okay, yes, I could abstain.
I just need to find I'm sorry, were you finished with your statement?
Yes, I will. I'll just abstain so that we can move that forward.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
I need to get the two motions from that meeting. Okay. So, okay, which one is that? Oh, is that? Do we have the minute? No, we do. Do we have the minute from? You do?
Well, those were the two items that we.
In the, we got it. We got the two motions, so technically we're in
Yeah, we just need to
executive
go, we should just go over the two motions, approve those, and then we can adjourn the meeting, then we will start this meeting today.
Correct.
So those two items that we discussed in executive session, we just need to bring them forward, make the motions, have a vote on them, and then we can
Okay.
adjourn from that meeting. Approve those meeting, yes, the meeting minutes.
So I have to do the
Okay.
motion. I have the motion.
Yes, so I'd like to make a motion that we approve the executive session meeting minutes from June 4th,
Which is June 3rd.
June 3rd, I'm sorry,
Adjourn.
from June 3rd, 2026.
Second.
Okay, we have a second on the floor. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed? The ayes have it. The meetings from the executive session on June 3rd have been approved.
Yeah, you didn't call for abstention, any abstentions, but I just want the record to reflect that I'm just abstaining because I wasn't at that meeting.
Okay.
So you just propose those two.
Okay. Now we can move on to the next item on the agenda, and we have,
Those two items.
Councilwoman Cummings.
No, the two items that we discussed in executive session, you just need to bring those forward, and we will do the approval on those. We'll vote approve on those, and then we can adjourn, you can adjourn the council meeting from the 3rd.
Okay, so I have a motion, I don't have a motion. May I have a motion to proceed as discussed in executive session regarding the Duffy case?
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved in second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, the ayes have it.
Madam Mayor, I abstain, just for the
And
record.
Councilman Atkins has abstained his vote. The second motion to proceed as discussed in executive session regarding all exempt employees plus supporting documentation as discussed in executive session.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it with the exemption
Madam
of,
Mayor, I abstain.
thank you,
Yes.
Councilman Atkins. Okay. So the motions, okay. So, Council, may I have a motion to close executive session from May 3rd? I'm sorry, June 3rd, 2026?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? All right.
Madam Mayor, I abstain.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman Atkins. All right. Thank you for, thank you. Now we can move on to the presentation, since this meeting has been called to order, and we do have, we had the roll call, and we have a quorum. So tonight we have presentations, one presentation, previous agenda items. We have 6 previous agenda items. 7 through 17 are new agenda items in executive session. Does council would like to make any changes to the agenda okay. Would we like to bring forth the staff prior, or do we want to wait? I know we have some people that are still going to be out until later on. No, staff has some presentations this evening. Okay. Okey dokey. All right. So first on the agenda tonight, we have the, here we go. All right. Okay. We have the East Point Impact Collaborative presentation. And so council, tonight before you, I'm bringing in Dr. Jeffries for a presentation on the East Point Impact Collaborative. The collaborative, we talked about this in extent a few months ago, but we're bringing this forward. The impact, EPIC is the East Point Impact Collaborative. It is proposed partnership framework that connects East Point residents with workforce, education, wellness, family, and civic opportunities. The recommendation is not fully implemented, but it is a small pilot and it's in the discovery phase. The program will include a advisory board as well as residents between residents, youth residents, and other youth in and around the area that will be interested in workforce readiness, youth and family support, health and wellness, economic mobility, and civic leadership. Since our community has services that address the younger population, as well as the services that address our senior program, our senior population as well, I wanted to present this to you as an opportunity that can collaborate and move our city forward by bringing in some youth and workforce development, in addition to partnering with any organizations that are already in place as a possibility. And this is just a discovery of this phase. Is for information purposes only at this phase, and at this time, I will let Mr. Jeffries come up and do his presentation. Hello. Hi.
My name is Mark Jeffers. I've been in this area for about 2 years.
Microphone. And just state your name, your address, and your...
Okay. Oh, that's better. Jamar Jeffers. I live at 1295 West Ridge Road, Atlanta, Georgia, 30311. I think about like 4 miles up the road from here. I've been in Georgia a total of 22 years, been on this side of town for about 17 of those years, so I've seen a lot of things happen. So just to give you a little bit about my background, well, just, the first and second slide just talks about the mission statement of what EPIC is. And I think the Madam Mayor just talked about it. But again, everything will be rooted in rising East Point residents across generations, opportunities to build prosperity and remain connected in community and grow into work, entrepreneurs, homeowner, that's going to help lead and shape the city. So in my conversation with Madam Mayor, just talking about some things, just helping revitalize the area. I come down here, I go to Eat My Biscuit, I go to Thumbs Up. I'm always in and around the area, so just looking at various things of how we can sort of move things forward. But looking at the opportunity here, we are minutes away from the world's busiest airport. There's a MARTA line right here. And again, just the surrounding growth here in East Point, I feel like is not fully captured.
Sorry, point of information. We don't have it on our TV or screens in front of us.
What's that?
Point of information is that is part of Robert's Rules of Order, and it is something that we should recognize. It is in the ordinance that we recognize all of Robert's Rules of Order, including points of information, and this is important because we need to be able to see the presentation, and the presentation is not displaying for us correctly on our side.
Councilwoman Ziegler, can you give me the number of the rule, please, so we can add that to the record?
So point of information does not have a number. It is part of Robert's Rules of Order. It is part of the book, the 300-page book of Robert's Rules of Order. Yep. I mean, it's something that we should all learn at the GMA educational classes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Ziegler, for your information. Do we have any assistance on the technical side to see if we can help
Madam
present
Mayor,
this?
We just reached out to IT to come and assist.
Okay, so for now, since we don't have that, we do have copies of it. If you'd like a copy of it, that would, is everyone not able to see it? Is Councilwoman Z? Oh, you can't see anything on that side? Okay, all right. We have, can we get some copies? I'm sorry? Would you like to have my copy? I'm sorry, she referenced me. Councilwoman Ziegler, would you like to proceed with the printed, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Ziegler, would you like to proceed with the printed? Okay. Councilwoman Cummings has provided you with a copy. Is that to your liking now? Is that fine? Okay. Are you able to follow along at this point? Okay, thank you. Okay. You can proceed, sir. Thank you.
All right, and just looking at the opportunity here, with the airport being just miles away from us, an amazing MARTA station right here, and just helping the city reach its fullest economic growth. Proximity has not been met with the progress. You look at the median household incomes, and I've seen some that's around $20,000 to $27,000, $30,000, which is below average here in Metro Atlanta. Over 40% of the residents are renters and cost burden, and again, it's just not Atlanta's growth and accelerated displacement. When you look at Tri-Cities, the graduates there, they enter this $100 billion economy with no structure, no bridge, or no credentials, or no access to capital. Those are the things that I was talking to Madam Mayor about when you're looking at the whole situation. What is proposed is to develop what is EPIC. It is a comprehensive place-based strategy initiative designed creating seamless pipeline from adolescence through adulthood, integrating youth development, workforce pathways, housing, financial stability, entrepreneurship, and leadership into one coordinated system. And we're sort of looking at this in two buckets. You have your youth bucket, that's going to go from ages 13 to 18. In my experience of working with youth development, those are the critical years. And we all know what those years are like, going from middle school to high school and post-grad. So creating after-school hubs, college and career academies, summer work programs, first generation college tracking, because when you look at the data, first generation students, and I was one of them, have the toughest time navigating through financial aid and getting in and completing school and developing a youth leadership council. The second leg of this is the EPIC launch, which goes and talks about workforce housing, financial empowerment, career accelerator, entrepreneur hubs, and an emerging leaders fellowship. The goal in this is to attract younger residents into the city. You guys, again, the MARTA line's right here. It's amazing restaurants. It's a great hub. It could be sort of a post-colloquialism, a post-college town per se. So the breakdown of the youth development is the after-school hubs, and I know there's some organizations around East Point that are probably doing this, but it's called a collaborative, so it's to actually bring everyone under one fold, but it's designed for tutoring, digital literacy, mentorship, mental health support, and then also just working out of Tri-Cities High School. College and Career Academy, I know there's a Promise Academy that's sort of with Fulton County Schools, but to really sort of develop that relationship between Tri-Cities and Atlanta Technical College for that dual enrollment program, working with Dr. Seals and those folks over there with a special emphasis on aviation, healthcare, film, and various trades. And it's designed to build the workforce pipeline to align with the industries that are around here. Another part of this is developing out summer youth initiatives, a 6 to 8 week paid employment and pre-employment training with competitive wages. And again, it doesn't have to, it could be here within City Hall, but also going to the local businesses and asking them to hire students as well. Going into the first generation tracking, the advising of FAFSA, college prep, and exposure to college resources and experiences, and then developing a youth council, which is designed to get youth connected to the policy discussion and bringing them into the fold earlier, and the work that's being done here. That second part, going deeper into EPIC launch, again, having a program set up for workforce housing near the transit station. Concept is to have folks between the ages of 22 to 33, set them up with 2 to 7 year residencies to stabilize and retain young professionals, attracts young professionals and increasing economic activity here within the city. When they're doing that, provide get partnerships, will provide financial empowerment, financial coaching, building credit, matching savings programs, pretty much setting them up for success. Things that I had to learn the hard way. Actually, you learn, having a program to get people actively involved to help improve their credit and their savings. Career accelerators, certificate programs, and employment partners that are here with the open pathway to higher wages. That's to increase income potential and get higher wages. Another concept is to develop an entrepreneurship hub. We know the entrepreneurs are job creators as well, but setting up a system for business services and micro grants between $1,000 and $5,000 so people can get access to capital so they can get started. And then the emerging leadership fellowship program, a sort of continuation of what's going on between the 13 to 18, but doing this with the 22 to 33-year-olds, civic placement and leadership training connected to young professionals, to the governance community process. Funding strategies, I know that probably the white paper you guys read, working with this, the goal is to raise the funds. Again, going back to place-based initiatives, and that's sort of the common theme right now with a lot of the larger funders, is really pouring in. When you look at what happened with Eastlake or the things that happened in the west side of Atlanta, using philanthropy to sort of lift the tides for all the boats, but to get funding from the philanthropic community, corporate partners. I know you guys are going through the budget process, getting a small investment from this body here, and then creating earned revenue from various things around the cities, and then also just have like the city investment funds. And this is a just some potential partners that we can potentially talk to. We haven't had any conversation with those folks, but just different people around the area that could be potential partners. Implementation roadmap, if it's approved by this body, this is just a discovery phase, but just the first 60, 90 days, finalize a program and design, establish the governance structure. If this is approved and gets off the ground, I would definitely love to get some members from this body to sit on the governance council as well, on the advisory board, and align with funding strategies. 3 to 6 months, working to sort of launch for the next summer, this launch summer youth pilot program, working to activate after-school hubs, work on securing early funding, and then also to operationalizing the advisory board. That's for the next 3 to 6 months. And then the next 6 to 12 months is expanding the program, deepening those corporate relationships and those philanthropic relationships, to talk about, launching the residence program, and then look at building a long-term sustainable strategy for this. The return on investment, and these are very, very, very conservative numbers. The total economic impact could be anywhere between 75 million to 150 million projected over the next 5 to 10 years. Additional residential income can range between 25 million to 75 million, and small business activation could range anywhere between 10 million and 30 million. Residents earning higher potential through credentialed career readiness workforce, increasing the home ownership and housing stability is estimated at $10 to $30 million, and the local business growth, people who come to the city supporting the local business that are here. Again, just the initial investment, and these are very conservative numbers. The initial investment would come from mainly the philanthropic community and sort of the pipeline partners to get us at that $250,000 to $500,000 mark, and then have the city endorse this program, to endorse the partnership, and then have the governor's participation on the advisory board. EPIC is not just a simple collection of programs, it's a long-term investment strategy in people. East Point has a location, East Point has a talent, and EPIC gives this system to connect everything. And again, this is building that pipeline from ages 13 to 33. And that concludes my presentation. I definitely open the floor up for any questions. And I forgot to tell you about myself. Again, I've been in the philanthropic space of building systems. I've done healthcare and education work mainly with Susan G. Komen. I worked at the Lovett School, Atlanta Technical College. I was a vice president of institutional advancement there. So I've been in and around this work for the past 17 to 18 years.
Thank you for your presentation. At this time, if there are any questions or clarification from council or discussion, I will call on Councilwoman Cummings first.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you so much for your presentation. So I'm excited about this, and I think it's something that's definitely needed here in the city. So we're going maybe sort of the blueprint from what they have in Atlanta, like with the At Promise Center. Okay, great. So with the, I know it's a lot, it's a huge undertaking, and just I was sort of thumbing through here. So the first thing would just be your strategy and design. So what is your ask this evening? That's what I need to know, and then I can.
Excuse me?
Your ask for this evening?
I would love for you guys to take this up to put it in the budget for consideration to launch, to get off the ground. It doesn't have to be a vote this evening, but if I need to come back and meet with everyone individually to talk more about it. And I was remiss in bringing up, I know this is a government entity and you guys you cannot raise funds, and the goal is to collect those dollars to either set up a fund, either with the United Way of Greater Atlanta or the Community Foundation. Until a standalone 501c3 is here to support it. But that'll be the sort of the catch-all for funds to make this thing go.
So if we're looking at a dollar amount, I guess, it's sort of jump-started to even get it going. Is there a particular dollar amount that you're looking at, or?
I would go back to that slide.
I'm just,
Sort of looking at the government funding, sort of the 20% of that initial ask. Again, I don't have that exact number right now, but so we're sort of working through things. This is just discovery phase. But when you do go through the philanthropic community, they want to see that folks have some skin in the game.
I understand.
So it'd be like whatever that number is, hypothetically, ideally, I would either want it to be around that 20% mark or a little bit higher.
okay, so I'm definitely in support of what it is that you're doing here with this presentation, but I think we're still going to need some more. My colleagues and I will definitely need some more information, so maybe some one-on-ones just to see exactly what it is that we would like to see in this program and what it is that you could bring here to the city of East Point, because I know we have to look at locations, the hubs, actual hub locations, so space and just the proximity with regards to where they'd be located, that'd be one thing. So I know it's a lot to build out in this, but I definitely am open to it. So I think the first thing would just sort of be to sit down and just sort of have some one-on-one conversations with regards to this program, and then coming back, I think, with a more defined, what this roadmap looks like.
Correct, yes.
Because I think it's great. I just don't really know where we start, in getting it done. But I know definitely the first thing would be some good conversation.
Yeah, I didn't know how far down a wormhole to go with this, so I wanted to keep everything high level, but I definitely welcome conversations with everyone on this body.
Okay. So I think one of the main things is just to make sure that we do have your contact information. And I'm definitely open, looking forward to possibly working with you with this program.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
I yield, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Atkins?
Yes, thank you so much, and thank you, Dr. Jeffers, for the presentation. I have a few questions. As you were going through this, it reminded me, as Councilmember Cummings says, a lot about the at-promise model, but it also reminds me a lot of the Urban League in terms of their model, and then portions of it also with Year Up, and then also Crystal Ray. And that was just a few of the organizations that came to my mind. So what would be different about the EPIC model than any of those other models that you presented this evening?
Yeah, that will be, and I've worked with the Europe before, and I'm a member of the Urban League and been with the YIP and the Guild and all those things. It would be just specifically germane to the residents of East Point. So it'll have various elements of those things, but it's called a collaborative as well. So we could have the ability to work with the At Promise Center or Nancy Flake Johnson with the Urban League to let them know that we need those resources down here so we can help. I don't want to reinvent the wheel. In the nonprofit sector, you're doing these things, you're just borrowing a recipe from someone else. So it'll be a very short walk to talk to those key stakeholders. I do know that Atlanta Tech and their sort of their college and career academy, she will welcome working with Tri-Cities to get the residents of East Point to have a pipeline over there. I mean, I used to work for Dr. Sills, so it's things like that I would do. I would sort of borrow bits and pieces from other organizations, and if there's an opportunity for them to fully stand things up in the future, but welcome that as well.
Right. So yeah, to your point about those things came to mind because it sounds like there are models out there, and I know with Nancy, it's the Urban League of Greater Atlanta, so it includes also East Point, and did a lot of work with a lot of their models, particularly around, they've got great partnerships with corporate in terms of computer readiness and all of those things to help with in-demand fields. And so we worked with a lot of residents through the Urban League on that piece. And so Nancy is always a great partner for that. And so is Dr. Sills. And I know Ms. Gilliard is already working in Tri-City. So I know that Ms. Gilliard goes there. I don't think that they have established a formal dual enrollment program with Tri-Cities, but I know that ATC does have that relationship in terms of their dual enrollment, and then they've got another dual something other program. Dr. Sills, after when she first came in, they talked a lot about the additional program. So I know that they've got that relationship with Tri-Cities, and so a lot of this came to mind because there's one slide that you have that speaks to a lot of the potential partners. And so a lot of those entities, even through, Chick-fil-A does a lot with them. It's a youth, they meet it's going to come to mind in just a second. But because that is a universe of corporations, and when you talked about placing a lot of these people into some of these corporate environments, I know that they've got relationships with so many other entities, and so I was just trying to figure out if you were leveraging Epic with some of the other entities that are already out there, because it's going after the same dollars, after the same corporations. And so that was a question that I had. And, you know, even with Crystal Ray, the younger folks, Crystal Ray already has the partnerships with corporate, and they place those young high school students in those corporate environments as well. So didn't know if you ever partnered with any of those as a part of the work that you do.
I've partnered with everyone you just named off.
Okay.
Yeah. And again, it's nothing is to like recreate any programs, anything from whole cloth, but again, it's like, think about, I always say it's in the nonprofit sector, it's about borrowing the recipe. If we know something that you can cook it well and it already works, and again, you're looking at what Mayor Dickens is doing with the Year of the Youth and Crystal Ray and all those things and all these partnerships, I feel like it is important that East Point can also have a place at the table as it relates to the residents here. And you know, East Point can't get skipped over. And I know that the Community Foundation has a vested interest, a place-based interest in College Park, and why not East Point? So it's like being skipped over, but this is a chance to put the flag in the ground that says, hey, we're here to play as well. And I'm pretty sure if this body to approve that, people would definitely come to the table. I did talk to some people at City Hall, was like, if this gets off the ground, I'll show you where the money is and all those things. But, you know, I don't plan to create anything from whole cloth. We don't have to. But again, I would, you know, if the advisory board, you know, with the advisement of them, I'd go in that direction. But if there's something that can be duplicated or brought down here, we can welcome that as well. And if there's some local nonprofits that here are already doing it, let's bring them all to the table.
Right. Okay. In terms of placing in housing, you know, during my years as a vice president at Atlanta Housing, we always believe that housing is foundational, right? And so what is your model for that here in East Point? Our housing authorities are very different.
Yeah.
And because Atlanta is an MTW agency and East Point is not. And so they have more flexibility. So in terms of your strategy and placing families in housing, what would that be for the city of East Point?
Well,
I'm sorry, Dr. Jeffers, before you answer that question, I just want to be mindful of the 15. I know you have questions. I just want to be mindful of it and be fair. So we're past 15, but I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to be mindful of the time.
Okay, so we're over 15. Are these the last questions?
They may be. Yeah, I just wanted to let you know.
Okay.
I live 4 miles that way, so if I need to come back down here and be with you guys, I'm pretty flexible. So, but to answer the question, the goal is to looking at attracting folks to make East Point a destination to live, not more of a housing authority model, but like attracting those young professionals. And in my conversation with the mayor, I think one of the assets is this area is still one of the more affordable areas to live in the city. It's not $3,000 a month for a 1-bedroom or a studio. And again, the MARTA station's right here. You're 5 miles away from the city. So making the city of East Point, that's more of a long-term strategy of things, but making East Point a destination for people to come to live.
All right. And the last question is, this model, I know that you said that you've worked with a lot of the organizations that we just mentioned. Where have you implemented this model before, and what would be your sort of track record there, your analytics?
Yeah, the real model that I've implemented is with Atlanta Technical College and the College and Career Academy. I have at the YMC near me and saw the At Promise Center come to life. So I've been a part of it, have not stood it all up, but the educational piece of getting the younger generation, getting that program stood up first. That's why that's going to be the first thing we stand up, and then relying on the community and folks from this body to really look at. We got the 13, 18 stood up, and then a longer term strategy is what does that 22 to 33 look like as we move forward.
Okay. All right. Thank you so very much.
All right.
And thank you for your presentation.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jefferson, for your presentation, and please make sure that we get your contact information so I can send it all to council for further additional questions. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. All right, thank you, council. If we are ready, we can move on to the previous agenda items. We have discussion and possible action on an ordinance of this East Point City Council established procedures for work session agenda.
Yes, Madam Mayor, that item was provided to, thank you, that is my item. That item was provided to the city attorney. She has made the adjustments from all of the input from council members. So if there is not any additional input, I'd like to move this item to be voted on at the next council meeting.
The 16th?
Yes.
Okay.
It's
Madam
the
City Clerk.
15th. It is the 15th.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, are there any, I'm sorry, the mics, I can't see. Any questions about that? Otherwise, we can move this item to June 16th for the regular council meeting. The 15th for the regular council meeting. All right. Next, we have the City of East Point, Georgia Next Generation Internship Program.
Yes, Madam Mayor, this is an additional item. I received all of the input from council members. This resolution does discuss that any student that is going to be participating in the Next Gen internship program is a East Point resident. I believe there was much discussion in reference to that. A few council members wanted to know if students in Tri-Cities High School could participate, but because of the gratuities clause, the students that participate in the Next Generation intern program must be East Point residents, and that was the only caveat to that resolution. I would like to move that to the April 15th regular meeting to be voted upon. Thank you.
All right, Madam Deputy City Clerk, can we please move item number 3 to the June 15th meeting? Is this for discussion, is for a vote? Okay.
Unless we want to consent. I mean, there still may be some changes. It doesn't matter.
Okay. Discussion and possible action on temporary moratorium on the permitting, zoning, and land use approval of new detention facilities not owned by the city or Fulton County. I think this was already, okay, in light of ongoing rewrite of the zoning ordinances.
Yes, and the only request of council that I have with this is most local municipalities are taking a stance with a temporary moratorium on the permitting and zoning and land use approval of new detention facilities. I do think that in light of what has been happening in Social Circle, I believe it is, where an entity came in, purchased a warehouse that was not being used. Council was not informed on what that warehouse was going to be utilized for until information came down the road. But this is just a request of council. Many municipalities have instituted a moratorium, so the request of council is to formally direct the city attorney to draft and present a legally sound temporary moratorium ordinance on the permitting, zoning, and land use approvals for new detention facilities, or that should be any facility not owned or operated by the city or Fulton County. And the directive should also request that the ordinance include clear findings of necessity tied to the ongoing zoning ordinance rewrite, a defined duration with an option for extension if needed, and any appropriate exceptions or safeguards to ensure compliance with state laws and the city charter. So I would like to move this item to the next meeting on June 15th to direct the city attorney to come back with a temporary moratorium.
Okay, any questions, Councilwoman Ziegler.
Yes, thank you so much, Councilmember Martin Rogers, for bringing this to us. I would also include properties owned by Fulton County, because what's going on at the county level, it sounds like they're looking for ways to help their jail system. And I would want to protect East Point from those decisions.
So it said not owned by the city or Fulton County. Okay, so you want to include, so where it says not owned by the city or Fulton County, you want to include Fulton County in that part?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Mhm.
Just-
Right.
I'm in.
Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Yes, for the request, I believe that it says not owned or operated by the city or Fulton County. So it says that in the request. So we can move it and direct the city attorney.
It sounds like that's been, okay, so we're going to move it to the June 15th regular meeting, and then direct the city attorney with this information or any additional information. Next, item 5, discussion regarding the emergency procurement services for financial consultant to assist in the FY 2027 East Point budget.
That's me. Yeah. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I wanted to bring this item back up because I think it's important that we focus on why council requested this review in the first place. Several members of council raised concerns about the FY27 budget, felt that an independent third party could help provide us with additional clarity and confidence around some of the numbers, assumptions, and just the overall financial picture. And if independence is truly our goal, I think we should take the time to look at multiple qualified candidates rather than automatically selecting someone based on an existing relationship that's familiar with the city. So while I appreciate everyone that has been suggested, I do believe it's our number one priority that we find someone with a strong municipal budgeting and local government finance experience. Experience is really important. I do have a few concerns with, relying on a free review. I think the budget is one of the most important decisions that we make as council, and I think it deserves a thoughtful and thorough analysis from someone with direct experience in this area. I did take a little time to do some research, and I've found a few candidates that we can consider. One worth considering is Mr. Charles Bell. He's a former budget chief for the city of Atlanta. He spent more than 30 years managing budgets, and developing budgets, providing financial forecasting, capital planning, and just would be a great candidate to consider. Another, Larry Spring, he is a CPA. He's previously served as the CFO and assistant city manager for the city of Miami, city manager for the city of North Miami, and he definitely has an extensive background in municipal budgeting and forecasting. Of course, these are suggestions. They may or may not be the right individuals, but they are examples of the type of experience I think council should be considering. And so my ask is that council consider hearing directly from these individuals or consultants that have been identified before moving forward with the final selection. I believe, by doing this, it will allow us to have or compare qualifications, experience, scope of work, and allow us to make a well-informed decision I do understand the timing component, so if it is a concern, I would support a special call meeting so that we could hear from these candidates, ask any questions before we move forward in this process.
Okay. All right, thank you. So you, Mr. Bell, and someone in for discussion? Go ahead.
Yeah, not real sure, but our last meeting, the city manager got the authority to move forward, and we've already contracted with Plant Moran to provide those emergency services.
Was there a motion for that? Or a vote? Because I also made a suggestion that we look into other sources specifically for this, to have an unbiased source.
To my recollection, there was. So you might want to check with the city clerk to give you guidance on that.
Yeah, we
Okay.
probably do, because I remember you saying that you were going to meet with them to have a discussion to understand what they could provide, but there was no directive to secure a deal with them or to select them. So it was information gathering at best.
I think there was emergency procurement that was approved, and so emergency procurement, we can ask the contract and procurement, but typically that means whoever we can get under emergency circumstances. And I think we clearly had said we had a pre-engagement with Plant Moran with some funding that was already within the last contract that could be used towards that. So if there's any confusion, I can ask the contract procurement interim director to provide any clarifications.
And I do remember that this wasn't a single source, and so that we were supposed to still go out and at least connect with other people. Do you connect with anyone outside of Plant Moran that we do have an existing relationship with?
So I'll ask the contract procurement to clarify on that.
Okay, 1 second. So we have Councilwoman Martin Rogers, and then you had a question, and then we'll come to you, sir. Wait a minute.
Not necessarily a question, but I want to go on the record. Please make sure that these comments reflect this. And we're also going to need the motion, because I know that where we're falling short is we've been presented two budgets. The first budget missed quite a bit of account numbers. And the second budget, I addressed in the last meeting with inconsistencies, especially dealing with page 105, the city manager's budget. I believe at this juncture, if it is an emergency procurement, I don't believe the directive was to go get Plant Moran because we had a $25,000 credit. We are asking for these things because of the inconsistencies in what has been presented to this council. And I also want to read this into the record. Plant Moran is one of the nation's largest public accounting, tax, consulting, and wealth management firms. Plant Moran did do an audit for the city of East Point, but at this juncture, I believe that it would be beneficial for us as a council to have an outside entity look at our budget and help us through this process. What I want to also go on record and say is that it was going to also be my suggestion that we have the budget committee chair and our mayor reach out to GMA as another option for someone to assist with this budget, and then the council have someone report to them as an additional set of eyes on this budget, because right now as it stands and what transpired in the city of East Point on Friday, we no longer have someone that has the historical knowledge of our finances. And that poses a problem for me as someone who was elected by the people to look out for their better interest. So I need that on the record, Deputy City Clerk, as I stated, and I'll yield at this time.
Okay, Councilman Atkins, and then Councilwoman Codwell.
Yeah, I thought that you were going to go to Mr. Lawrence first. I'm happy to yield to him.
Okay, Mr. Lawrence, what was the question? Can we just make sure we understand what the question is for Mr. Lawrence before what was the question?
I think city manager. was
Mr. City
gonna pose
Manager,
the
can you
question.
state and clarify what the question is for Mr.
The
Lawrence?
question was as to the single source nature of the previous contractor.
So
The
what-
emergency procurement, from my understanding of what you all voted on was for the city manager to move forward in emergency procurement. And moving forward with the emergency procurement, we get to, as a, I don't want to say staff, but as a city, to choose, as he said earlier, who's convenient. All right, and not only that, we had the background. I want to minimize Plant Moran as just doing the audit. They did the forensic audit for the city. So if anyone's qualified to actually do the task that you're requesting, I would think Plant Moran is definitely the most qualified for that.
All right, thank you, Councilman Atkins.
Yes, thank you. I think that my questions mainly have been answered. I think prior to the city manager going in, it was my recollection that, I guess, 2 meetings at our, what are we? Last Monday. I'm confused on there was a special call in between. That the body gave the authority to move forward with an emergency procurement. I was not at the special call meeting, but I was able to view that, and I thought that, to Councilmember Martin Rogers' point, that Mr. Well was the GMA recommendation. Is that correct? Mr. Wall, I'm sorry, that Mr. Wall was the GMA recommendation, and I did also remember conversation about if that particular recommendation was a substitution or in addition to. So I heard that it was not in lieu of, but it was in addition to, and that the city manager would continue to move forward with the emergency procurement that the body had already authorized. So I thought that Mr. Wall was the GMA recommendation, and the city would also still move forward, so there will be two sort of entities looking at this to come back to provide the information that had been requested by council. That was my recollection. I don't know if anything had changed between that meeting and this one.
Do you want me to go? I can give an update, but I want you to be able to discuss if that's the.
Yeah, I just want to say that, no, he was not recommended by GMA. He was recommended by the mayor in College Park to our mayor in East Point.
Right.
So that was not a Georgia Municipal Association recommendation. It was not.
And Madam Mayor, if I may, the mayor of College Park is the president of GMA. And so it is my understanding that our mayor went to the president of GMA for the recommendation, and the president of GMA made the recommendation. And so I do understand that she is an elected official, but elected officials also wear other hats and are part of other organizations. And so her role as the mayor of College Park is but one of those. She is also the president of GMA. And it was my understanding that Mr. Wall is a recommended entity from the GMA by the president of GMA.
Thank you, and here's my concern. Can you please make sure that this is verbatim in the minutes? The concern exists regardless of whether the services are provided through the municipal advisory firm, through a separate consulting engagement, or without compensation. The underlying activities remain the same. The individual is still a registered municipal advisor, and the recommendations being made by said advisor may directly affect future borrowing needs, debt capacity, reserve levels, capital planning decisions, and other matters that ultimately influence municipal securities, transactions, and municipal financial products. Please make sure that the record reflects that as it relates to Mr. Ed Wall. Thank you.
Councilwoman Caldwell.
Sure. So there's a couple of things. One, we never made a motion on Plant Moran. That was a suggestion. We made a motion for emergency procurement. The city manager made a suggestion to go with Plant Moran because of an existing relationship and because we had a credit or unused dollars with them. And I think as council, we have to decide. I know that there's a time constraint here. I did speak with at least one of the suggested people that I'm suggesting, and they are aware of time constraints and willing to work within those. So I don't think that the timing is an issue. As council, we really just need to decide, are we doing this for convenience and from a timing perspective, or are we doing this from an expertise perspective? I personally believe Plant Moran, they may have some qualifications, but because of the existing relationship, it is not a fresh pair of eyes. It's not a unbiased partnership, and I think council should consider this. And so I would recommend moving this to the Monday meeting and taking a vote. It's not complete, so we have time, and we should consider all options.
Okay, and we are on Councilwoman Ziegler. Go ahead. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So it sounds like that the motion at the last meeting was to direct the city manager to have an emergency procurement of these services. And by definition, the emergency procurement puts the responsibility on the city manager to find that person, because it is an emergency, that they will go and find whoever it is that's available with the amount of money that's allowed to be spent, et cetera, et cetera. And so that sounds like that's been done. And so I don't know if kind of berating the point of trying to handpick a particular company is going to be really what that motion was about. So, you know, it sounds like that the motion was already an emergency procurement, and it sounds like that we've already have been pursuing that per what the motion stated. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other, and can we, for the record, should we have the motion stated so we can confirm what the motion was? Because it seems to be some debate. So what we're looking for is the motion from the special call meeting on June 6th. What was June's date? So, right, so we had on June the 1st? Yes. So we had a meeting on June the 1st. Can you just confirm what the minutes stated for that, whether the motion passed and what was the motion, just to confirm? Is that in the packet? Councilwoman Caldwell.
So I just want to state this, and I'll yield. I think it's up to us to kind of make a decision here. We did not have an opportunity to view more than one person. And so part of, and there's a number of things that are being problematic, so I'll go ahead and put some of it on the record. Part of this, the reason for this review is because of that lack of transparency, which is a budget that the city manager owns. And so I do think that there's a conflict of interest that the city manager would be responsible for finding the company that is going to review his work. I think that this should be an unbiased, fresh set of eyes that comes in to take a look at the concerns that we've raised, we voted on, we want to get a response back on, and that hasn't happened. And so I think we owe it to the community to do this in the right way. Transparency is key, and having that fresh set of eyes allows us to do it. I asked for us to find other unbiased or just companies that we did not have a relationship with, but that request went nowhere. And so that's why we've gone out to find these additional candidates that we could potentially consider. But I'll wait for the motion.
Okay, so council, because of the nature of this procurement and its emergency, I know we passed the previous motion, scratch that from the record. Is there a motion tonight for Councilwoman Caldwell? Do you want to state what your motion is to move forward with additional emergency? I mean, do you want to do a motion that? Because of the nature of how quickly we must turn this around, and I know that we are down a few.
I mean, my ask tonight was that we consider hearing directly from additional candidates that have been identified before moving forward with the final selection.
Okay, so,
That can report to council.
okay, so for the motion to have additional findings from a third party for the emergency procurement services for financial consultant to assist with the FY 2027 East Point budget.
What? I just
I was
said
about to
that
say,
here.
Go ahead,
discussion.
go ahead.
I just want to make sure we're not violating any procurement standards. I don't know if our procurement officer can expound on that, but just in case, I just want to make sure we're not violating anything right now. And I wish our city attorney was here, but she's not.
In regards to your question, Councilman, if you're going the emergency route and you're putting it in the hands of the city manager, as we thought you had already done, we're good. If you're turning around and you're voting as a council, saying that you want to choose whom you want, it's up to you all. So you're not
Okay.
violating any rules.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Ask a question of the procurement person.
Okay, so we're on round two. Do we want to ask the question online, or do we want to ask it offline, or because?
It'd be nice online, but it's up to you.
Okay. It seems like we have some additional, some clarification needed. From my last understanding, we were going, the emergency procurement provided by Mr. Wall was given if there's additional want or need for additional services or people to come in and provide them, that's fine. But in terms of time, I guess we would need to know what the timing would be on that. I know we have a deadline of June 30th to move forward, but go ahead, Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
All right, yes, and I've heard that we have a deadline. We do not. We do not have a deadline of June 30th to pass the budget. In the past, one group of council members waited a couple of months until the budget was under wraps and things were in the budget that they felt needed to be in the budget. So I don't want that put out that we have a deadline of June 30th or July 1st to pass a budget. What has been presented is egregious in nature. And if anyone wants to go back and look at the last meeting, I ran down page by page, line item by line item, and we owe it to ourselves to have someone else come in and look at the budget, especially based upon Friday's events. The person that had the historical knowledge of the budget is no longer here. Where are we going to get that information from? And I am not confident in what has been printed, what has been presented to us. We're talking about a $197 million budget. We need to double check and triple check. And another layer I would like to add to that is to have our Budget and Finance Committee chairperson, along with the mayor, find 3 more entities that could possibly come in and assist with the budget. I don't think that there's anything wrong with having a second look at the budget. We've been presented twice with information that is just, it's egregious. It's a financial travesty. I'll yield.
Thank you. All right, Councilman Atkins and then Councilwoman Caldwell. And Council, we are on round 3 of this discussion, and it sounds like in total 4?
Sunday before.
It's round 4.
I just have one question.
So is it possible we can move on from this discussion at this point so the marching orders now, and I can represent what I've gotten from Mr. Wall, and if we want additional procurement for emergency procurement, then Councilman Mitchell and the chair of the Budget Committee, we can
Point
go
of order,
back
Madam
in.
Mayor.
Yes,
Rule 15.
what's the rule? Please
That's
say.
agenda items. Council members may place an item on the agenda provided the item has first been to a work session or presented to council for discussion at a prior council meeting, and all associated work was submitted at the clerk's office by the established deadline for receiving information. These are agenda items, Madam Mayor, and I think that the people's business, we've been elected to do the people's business, so I kind of get discouraged when I hear, can we just move on? We're doing the people's business, and this is our work session. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I just got a note from the city attorney that she is not far, so I just wanted to let you know that if some of this discussion needs to be held till she gets here, there's that possibility.
Thank you. Council, we can table this discussion and bring it back until the city attorney arrives, and then we can discuss that further. Because it seems like we have some clarification that's needed. Okay. So, council discussion and possible action for special call budget meeting, item number 6.
Yes. As I stated in the last council meeting, the regular meeting that was held back in June, that meeting was held on June 1st. Council has not been afforded the opportunity to sit down and give Mr. Redmond Jones what we want to see in the budget. At this time, I would like to thank Councilmember Cummings for that Google document that she shared with where that $443,000 should be allocated to. But I do think that we need to have a discussion on a special call budget meeting so that we can pretty much reconcile the city manager's budget that has been presented to us. The things that I saw in the budget, the education, travel and training, the salary wages increase, car allowances, those things, I think that council, we owe it to ourselves and the residents of this city to have a special call budget meeting in which we go through the budget and say, yes, we would like this program funded. Yes, please take this out. And I believe in the last budget meeting, the request was made that the budget needs to be itemized. It looks like, and as I said on record before, I'm making $42,000 a year. That's not true. We have 2 items that are running together, 2 line items where it appears that I'm making $42,000. But we need to have a special call budget meeting for transparency and accountability purposes. So that is why this item is on the agenda. We can put some dates out there now for a special call meeting, but I would also like this item placed on the agenda so that we can vote it up or down. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Clerk, can you please add that to the June 15th meeting for vote of council to select a date and an agenda for the special call meeting to discuss are we talking, is it the 2027 or do you want it all, what in particular? Council and possible action on a special call budget meeting. So we're just talking about the date and what do you?
We're going to talk about the date for the special call 2027 reconciliation of the city manager's budget, the East Point budget, and what we want to see in the budget as a council. I believe Councilmember Cummings already shared a Google Drive document with us. I think you called it a wish list, Councilmember Cummings, or she shared a document with council, but I think that we owe it to the residents of this city so that they can hear from us in regards to this budget that has been presented.
Okay, thank you. So do you have that? Thank you so much. All right, council, we are now on the new agenda items. Item number 7, council discussion and possible action on the resolution for the definition of single source within the ordinance. Contract and procurement? Sorry, city manager, you can go ahead.
Yep, thank you, Mayor, Council. I'll have our Director of Contract, our Interim Director of Contract and Procurement to come up and present this item.
Okay. And just for the record, can we confirm what the ask is to council tonight for this, or the go ahead.
Yes, Madam Mayor. The ask originally was for you all to have a concise definition of single source for the ordinance. The last time that we spoke of this, you all directed the city attorney to add other items to it, including myself, add something to it. We did that, submitted it, and we're presenting it back to you all again for your approval.
Okay. So your ask is that we need to confirm or approve the updated ordinance with the additional information that was provided to you?
Correct.
Okay. When is the deadline to have that done? Do we have a deadline for that?
We're trying to get the approval, for you all to put this to consent tonight. This is one of the procurement processes that we utilize. And because we haven't had that true definition, we have kind of tabled it so we wouldn't go against what council advises. So as soon as you all approve it, or move it to consent, next week approve it, we'll continue utilizing it.
Okay. Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Yes, and as I stated before, and I'm going to go on the record again, I'm not going to support this because I've seen GTS show up in budgets. I've seen it show up in other presentations, and I believe that this is a backdoor way of getting the tax collection service into the city without following an appropriate process. I thought that we discussed, I know that I would like to see this outsourced again because the RFP that your department presented to us was 17 years old. And so a few additional protections, and this is for the city attorney to consider, is if this passes, it needs to be a dollar threshold, not over $25,000. And it should also be quarterly reporting to council, so departments cannot repeatedly use this quietly. It shouldn't be any auto renewals without rejustification, independent review of legal or finance for high dollar contracts, and mandatory market pricing documentation. And it should also be a sunset clause requiring reevaluation after a set period. But I said that I was not in support of this because of the tax collection entity that was brought before us, because that RFP was 17 years old. I just can't in good conscience and the fiduciary responsibility, I just cannot approve this as it is written now. And after doing additional research It also stated that this should have an objective, requirements, and approval layers, and documentation requirements and limitations. So wanted to just go on record with that, but I'll pull my previous statements for Monday and say why I'm not going to support this. Thank you.
Councilwoman, if I may respond. The single source procurement is part of the process. As far as the GTS, because you threw me for a loop when you said GTS, Government Tax Solutions, per you all request, we put that back out for a solicitation. So we didn't utilize the single source because we were trying to define this within the ordinance. So again, we tabled this process. So we put that out for a request for qualification, which is actually on the agenda this evening. So we're definitely not trying to circumvent anything to get anyone anywhere. Again, one of the requirements for single source is the justification, a justification that is not only filed away, is open for open records. So the other part of that is, again, as I stated before, ordinance doesn't contradict ordinance, so we would have to bring this to you if it's over 25,000. We would have to get all the approvals that we have, the internal approvals that we have, and that's including the city attorney. So this is, again, not something that we're trying to circumvent. This is something that we realized that it was not clearly defined within the ordinance as the sole source procurement was.
And again, to strengthen this,
We have Councilman Atkins was in after you. Go ahead, Councilman Atkins, please.
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Mr. Lawrence. What I would ask now that our city attorney is here, there is a red line of this ordinance, and just for the edification of our viewing public and also for council members, this particular ordinance deals with two different types of procurement processes, one of which is a single source and one of which is a sole source. Sounds very similar, but obviously there's a difference. And so I would just ask you as our city attorney, if you would please go over the different components of a single source and a sole source and instances where those would be used by municipalities, please.
Madam Mayor, should I go now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good evening. First, I just want to take you back really quickly and to address some of Councilmember Martin Rogers, I can't say your last name, Rogers' concerns, and you as well, Councilman Atkins. So if you remember that prior to the red line, we in the ordinance have a reference to single and sole source. But there was never a definition for single source. And so the goal was that if we're ever going to use that procurement process of single source, we should define it, right? And so the whole thing about what Councilman Martin Rogers is talking about, when the GTS came up the first time, there was conversation about whether or not we could avoid the competitive bidding process because it was a single source. And so that conversation went back and forth, and it was decided to not pursue it as single source because of the age, because of the, we bid it the first time, albeit as mentioned 17 years ago, and so it did not seem transparent and clear to pursue it under single source, especially when we didn't have an ordinance that defined it, and especially when we went through the competitive bidding process the first time. So the draft that's in the book distinguishes the sole source from the single source. So sole source is only one entity that does it. I'm trying to think of an example of something that would be sole source, wherein no one else does this type of work or provides this type of good or service. And so the research that would have to be done by procurement in those type of contracts would have to meet certain things to prove, right, that this is the only business out there that does this. There's no need to competitively bid it because you're not going to get any bids except from this one person. Single source, there could be other people that do it, but based on the specificity or the particularness of what we're procuring, that there is one source that can do it. We talked about an example with the PATH project. Thank you. they own the property. They are the ones that have the development around the property, right? And so it only makes sense to have them to continue with the development, the design, the construction as a single source type procurement. So that's the difference. If the council is not in alignment with passing this ordinance, at the very least, though, we need to clean up the ordinance from where we mention single, but we don't define it. So at the very least, I would ask there be some attention around making sure the ordinance is clear that sole and single are not the same. And right now, they occupy the same code section.
So, Madam Attorney, this is our opportunity to make it, as you just mentioned, a defined term and remove as much of the gray and the guessing as it relates to the difference between the two, and then under what circumstances it would be appropriate to use either of those.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I yield.
Councilwoman Caldwell?
Yes. As Councilmember Atkins just mentioned, I definitely want us to remove the gray area. I'm still not seeing that in the ordinance, though. There are some things that come up for question for me, such as when we have words in there like best interest of the city, like this source would have the best interest of the city. How are we defining that? Like, that seems to be very broad. So how do we define and measure what is in the best interest of the city? There's another piece that talks about most suitable or practical source. Again, how are we defining that? How can we measure that and know that this is the most suitable or practical source? Some of those things, it just feels still a little too broad, and it leaves it up to interpretation. And just as we heard in this meeting tonight and the previous meeting, we're using that single source definition again with Plant Moran and the procurement, them being a single source for this emergency procurement, when we would like for you all to consider other options, but that answer is no again. And that's the same thing that came before us. So I just don't have a lot of confidence that we have enough in this particular language and ordinance that allows us to truly measure this and make sure that it's not left up to interpretation. It's hard for us to go back on that.
So just as a correction, the single source and an emergency procurement, they're two separate procurements. So when council was given the direction or the directive to move forward with an emergency procurement, that took single source out of the window, right?
This is words from the city manager that said that it was a single source. So that's why I'm quoting that back to you.
No, I'm talking about in reference to the Plant Moran.
I'm speaking of the same thing.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, it's emergency procurement, which is different from the single source. We brought this before, as I said before, and the city attorney and I took you all's comments, took you all's advice, looked at what you all broke down, and we revised it. As a matter of fact, she actually did it while we were sitting here, adding those items or defining to the T. If you would like for us to go back to Kurt, those things that you're questioning right now, we have no problem doing that as well. Just to address earlier in reference to a 20-year-old RFP, again, this wasn't used as an RFP. This is an actual separate solicitation process. RFP itself is that. They mentioned, to your point, they mentioned an RFP within the justification. So that's where we look at. So yes, you have my eyes as a procurement director. You also have the city attorney eyes, finance director eyes, city manager's eyes, looking at this and improving that justification, then bringing it back for your eyes for the final approval. So we're not, again, nowhere in the world that something can get passed without you all seeing it. So.
Thank you for your response. I know Councilman Atkins was before you, though. Councilman Atkins and Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Yes, and I was going to go back. I was going to, in response to Councilmember Caldwell's question, and so emergency procurement is also a term that is, there's a type of procurement for that. And I remembered the conversation about that because there were a lot of things that wanted to be added to that particular motion. And then there was also discussion about reporting to council or presenting to council. I think I made a clarification around that because the city attorney had stated that we could not have an entity that would report to council. So I remember those conversations, but I also believe, and it sounds like the city has already moved forward through the procurement office with the emergency procurement to get the services for all of the things that we had asked for that, and that wasn't a single source, but it was an emergency procurement, which would, to your point, is different.
Absolutely,
from
absolutely.
a single or sole source.
You all have approved emergency, so think of this. If a water main breaks and we have to get it done, taken care of, we're not doing a, hey, let's see, they're cheaper, but they'll be out here in the next 5 hours. We're doing, hey, who can get out here right now type of emergency. Now, a lot of the times, if you have 2 or more responding, that's when they take price in consideration. All right, so again, if the directive that you all gave, if this is something that you're rescinding and you want to select the person yourself, procurement has no problem with that. However, if you're saying it's an emergency, then we are moving forward as an emergency, and correct, we have spoken or engaged with Plant Moran already. So this is, again, something that we're trying to, with the urgency that you all have presented, trying to move forward and get done with.
And absent that, then it doesn't become an emergency procurement because.
Say it again, I'm sorry?
Absent that, the directive was for an emergency procurement. But if we're going to go through a process of looking at several different entities and then going through a different process, then I don't know if that fits within the emergency procurement process.
It absolutely does not. If you're going to engage and you're going to allow staff to take it down the procurement process, you're looking at 14 days or more to do that selection. That could be a request for qualifications, or that could be a request for proposal, whichever direction you all would like to go.
Okay, thank you. I yield.
Thank you. Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Yes, and what led to this? Madam Deputy City Attorney, I will get you a copy of this memorandum that's a matter of public record. It is dated from April 7th, 2026, City Manager's Office, the request, and single source justification. It comes from the City Manager's Office. It supports the use of Government Tax Solutions as a single source contractor to assist the City of East Point Property Tax Division with the collection of delinquent property taxes. It says GTS has provided delinquent tax collection services to cities and counties throughout Georgia since 1994 and is currently contracted with over 100 counties and municipalities throughout Georgia. Right here in this letter dated to mayor and council, it says justification. The city previously conducted a procurement process under RFP number 2009-1348 for professional services related to the collection of delinquent real and personal property taxes. Government Tax Solutions was selected through that process. However, the city did not utilize the services at that time. It goes on at the end, the closing passage says, based GTS prior selection through the RFP process, its expertise in Georgia tax collection procedures, and its no-cost service structure to the city, it is recommended that the city proceed with GTS as a single source provider for these services. And again, this is what led to the changing of the ordinance, this memorandum right here. So I'm not going to support this ordinance until I see the following things in it, because on page 2 of the ordinance, it has a council member said add this. So this can also be added into that ordinance. It's on page 2. For those of us watching at home, I believe that one council member said put it up on the screen. A few additional protections that we can consider are a dollar threshold, not to exceed over $25,000, and that requires council approval. That's a way for us to have a system of checks and balances, a quarterly reporting to council so departments cannot repeatedly use this quietly, and no auto renewals without rejustification, independent review by legal or finance for high-dollar contracts, and mandatory market pricing documentation. And also a sunset clause requiring reevaluation after a set period. We do not need any loopholes. We need to do what is best in the best interest of our fiduciary responsibility. And I'm going to yield. If the ordinance wants to add these additional protections in, then I may consider it, but as it is written today, no. And it is important that we have the information that we can read into records, so it's just not appearing as if some of us are flying by the seat of our pants. Thank you, and I yield, Madam Mayor.
Councilwoman Rogers, the mention of the RFP within the justification, again, does not summarize it as if that is the reason why it was selected to be a single source. After you read that RFP, they were selected, you also gave expertise, you listed some other things, and the other part of that was it was no cost to the city. So with those two things, outside the fact that they were mentioned as a selected winner of an RFP, the other things is the reason why they were chosen as a single source. That's, again, clarification. I've said this before, but I hope that this is understood today.
Okay. Councilwoman Caldwell.
Thank you. So I just wanted to be maybe a little clear with what I would like to see in this particular resolution. Two things that came up that just caused a little bit of hesitation and pause. Of course, that the GTS, the tax solutions, when that came about, and maybe the city manager misspoke in the last meeting, but he mentioned single source, and it doesn't fall in line with some of these or some of the things that you've mentioned here. And so it just raises some concerns, like how are we going to have checks and balances around this, and we're not overusing it or abusing it. So some of the things I would like to see, I mentioned some of the terms around best interests of the city. It's very broad. Most suitable practical source, very broad. Specialized expertise, even like historical knowledge or historical experience. You know, how do we prevent existing consultants or people that we've done, existing contractors, from qualifying from single source just because they've done business with us? Like, those are very broad terms. And so I would like to see at least some objective criteria. Like, are there some examples that we can put in there to support that determination so that we know why it's being qualified versus just saying, hey, this is best for the city, but we have no idea as to why.
Not a problem. We'll take your consideration. We'll definitely work on that.
And then the only other thing is, I do like the idea of potentially providing us with some type of report on how many vendors fell under that category and why, just so that we have a place to reference and understand, and we can communicate that back to the community and provide transparency.
Okay, so Councilwoman Caldwell, are you requesting that the details of that report, you requesting it to the city manager to instruct staff to do that, or?
If that's what needs to happen, yeah.
Okay.
We're just having a conversation tonight, is work session, so yeah, I would like, in order to get comfortable with this, I mean, I do understand the definition of single source and why it's needed. I just think that our ordinance is a little too broad and it captures way too much. And so having some of that reporting and maybe a little bit of additional clarity, then it makes sense.
Okay. Are you finished? Okay. Your end?
I was just going to say that the changes that were mentioned by Councilmember Martin Rogers, certainly can add them to the ordinance. I will say that there is an ordinance already that requires everything over 25,000 to come to council. So I just have a clarifying question. Do you want things under 25,000? Is that the suggestion?
talking to you, Councilwoman Martin. Under 25. Is there a question?
Yes, I
Oh,
just
I heard your question.
Oh, okay.
I remember Councilmember Cummings making, when we were having this discussion, you mentioned a dollar amount. So I'd like to defer to Councilmember Cummings.
Okay.
So if I recall the conversation, I know what we currently have is anything that's over the $25,000.
Requires council approval anyway.
Right, so you're now, are we going to go below the 20, is there a threshold, is there something?
That's what I'm asking. Do y'all want one?
I'm good with the $25,000, anything over the $25,000, because I don't want to get into any and everything that they do have, so I'm good with the $25,000.
That's okay?
Yeah.
You have to ask. Should we feel like we have an understanding of the reporting? It should be a part of the ordinance. Yes. That's why I asked her.
So I guess my question is, based on what Councilwoman Caldwell was listing out and what we just discussed, and correct me if I'm wrong, Council, do we feel like we have an understanding of the process? It sounds like you're asking more, in addition to the ordinance, but it sounds like you're asking what is the process that gets us to bringing it before council? I just want to make sure that we're clear on whether we're listing it or.
Yeah, so the ordinance, the language in there looks good. It could have some more objective criteria so that we understand exactly what we're looking for. I guess the hesitation and the concern comes from, there's been 2 examples of single source made by city manager procurement that don't fall under that piece. As far as what was presented to us initially did not align and fall in there. And so what I'm more concerned about is where's the checks and balances, and how do we close the loop on that? The reporting might be a good example of the checks and balances, that we can get a sense of what qualifies as single source, just to make sure that we're not overly using and abusing that.
And then in terms of, I think it's not, for me, I can't speak for all of council, but for me, I was wondering if it's more or less the process that will help us understand the checks and balances, and then how each step of the process is actually defined. To your knowledge as the expert in procurement, is there a process for vetting, I guess, that will deliver vetting against any types of criteria? So we're putting together the ordinance. The ordinance will go into file as what we all agreed on. But in the event that we're acquiring or we're going through this process, how, in your expert opinion, do we allow the ordinance to provide checks and balances as we are going along to ensure that we are?
Well, I mean, I thought we did that before. With all due respect, I thought we kind of clarified what we wanted, and now we're going a little further, which is perfectly fine. I will say that if you look at what's presented now, it's an expertise. That's one of the things that was presented in reference to the justification that Councilman Martin Rogers just read for GTS. The reference, again, when you're talking about, I'm looking at something, I'm trying to approve a justification, what would make me approve this, right? Okay, they participated in a 20-year-old RFP. That doesn't bother me. We're looking at expertise. We're looking at how does it benefit the city. At this point in time, it was at no cost to the city. So and I don't want to jump ahead, but we'll find out later on when we did a request for qualification what took place then, right? So at this point in time, you're putting this in, right, and you're trying to get it as specific as possible, and that's perfectly fine, right? Single source is going to be a single source. We don't overly use it. It's rarely used when it's actually utilized, just like sole source, right? Because not everybody out there is the only company that can do something. So I think the method that you're moving towards is perfectly fine. And if I made point of clarification earlier, I think we were talking about two different things when I said emergency versus single source. I was talking about Plant Moran, and I think you all were talking about GTS, so I apologize if that's the case.
It was Plant Moran. It was a conversation that where city manager mentioned in the Plant Moran, when he was referencing Plant Moran, that they were a single source. And I remember even Councilmember Henry said, no, this isn't a single source, it should go out for procurement. So that was in reference to Plant Moran. It might have been a miss, I think he just missed.
Yeah.
But that was the other thing that caused a little bit of hesitation about me using this correctly.
Yeah. So just so we can understand, when you're talking about a solicitation, that's your ITBs, your RFPs, your RFQs, right? And even your informal RFQs, requests for quotes. You also have your single source, your sole source. Then you have your cooperative agreements, which is seen in the ordinance as aggregate purchases. And then you also have your state contracts. So these are the different processes or methods that my department can utilize in procuring something for the city. I can assure you, again, as I stated before, we're not overly using it. If anything, we're being strict. So I welcome any kind of refined definitions or words that you want to put into that. I just, again, thought we had done this before. So if we here again doing it, we have no problem going back to get it the way that council wants it.
Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Yes, and I'd like the city attorney to weigh in on this, because I believe the question was, how do we ensure? Can you talk about policies being passed in the city of East Point once they're passed by the majority vote of council?
Then they should be adhered to. Once you guys pass policy, right, whether it's by way of resolution, because that's what you guys are. You guys are policymakers. And so once it's passed, it shows up either as a resolution or an ordinance. It also can show up as like the employee handbook. You guys will approve the employee handbook. That is a policy-making document that requires your approval, that then will be carried out by the city manager, HR, department heads, all of that, right? And so the expectation is when you speak and you say, this is what we want, it should be followed. Same goes for ordinances. When you pass, just like this is an ordinance, when you pass that, everyone is expected to follow it, not only interior, staff, contractors, but the citizens. You pass ordinances that apply to everybody that comes through your city. And so hopefully that answers your question, Councilwoman Martin Rogers, but.
Yes, and I just wanted to make sure that you have these additional protections that I read off
Yes, the quarterly sunset clause, anything over 25,000 has to come back, which is already an ordinance. Did I miss any?
Yes, no auto renewals without rejustification.
Okay.
And independent review by legal or finance for high-dollar contracts.
So we can avoid what has already been mentioned as being vague. What's high dollar?
Oh, wouldn't it be over 25,000 or 50,000? Maybe 50,000 and above would be high dollar. And mandatory market pricing documentation. And also a sunset clause.
Right, I have that.
Now, the quarterly reporting to council is a must. I know many years ago, council members would get the procurement and it was like presented to mayor and council years ago, but as another layer of protection and oversight, the quarterly reporting needs to go into this policy. That's all I have. I yield.
So for clarification, is that quarterly reporting just for single source or every other form of procurement?
Okay. Sounds like, go ahead, Councilwoman Caldwell.
This is going to update both the single source and the sole source definition. So I would say the reporting could cover both single source and sole source.
Okay, Councilman Atkins.
Yes, one of the things that Councilmember Martin Rogers just mentioned was some type of marketing, what was it, a marketing? Market rate. How would, Mr. Lawrence, would we attain that? If it's a single source or sole source, the market rate, if it's a sole source, then that is the market rate because they'll provide the rate, right? Then that's the market rate, right? So we would already have that. And then how would we do that? What kind of documentation would you get for the single source?
To be honest with you, I would be doing an informal request for quotes from
Right.
other people, which would change it from being a single source.
to procurement.
Correct. I'll
And,
be getting a quote from this vendor, that vendor to do this analysis.
Because then that would determine the market.
Correct.
And so that would be my question around that piece when we're talking about these two different types of procurement processes. And that, I mean, I don't know how that impacts the ordinance, and if we want to stay in compliance with the ordinance, then I would just ask your feedback on that for us to consider that, because I wouldn't want us to put something in the ordinance or approve something in the ordinance that's going to cause any of those challenges or delays or for us not to be in compliance.
No, that definitely causes a challenge. I mean, that's redundant in a sense. I can assure you right now, the directors are going to fall back in trying to even say, hey, this is single source or ask for at all. I mean, because again, I would have to go in, find this, I already have this single source, I have to go in and find other people to get their pricing. It's going to be longer because now they're asking for, hey, can I get a scope of work? So I am literally putting out a request for quote.
So then it just becomes a different type of procurement
Correct.
process and not a single source.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Councilwoman Caldwell?
So the ordinance, I guess, then that kind of contradicts what Councilmember Atkins says. It says a contract may be awarded without competition when the purchasing agent determines in writing the best interests of the city after conducting a good faith review of available sources.
No, correct. Sources and pricing are two different things in regards to if I'm asking for someone's price, that is by definition a request for quote in procurement world. And so now I'm going out and I still have to document that information. So it's not like I'm just calling someone, I have to email, I have to have documentation for open records requests, for you all's approval and such.
I think what this is saying is that you will do a good faith review of other available sources. So there is some type of looking up of
Absolutely.
other, right? And
absolutely. There's a research on other companies that do it and their expertise versus this, that, and the third. But I think the question was specifically in reference to pricing. And when you're talking about the market value of analysis, which is including pricing, that actually turns it to a different procurement style.
Right, I thought what you were saying is we're not going to be looking at any other sources, single sources is that, so we're already doing the research. I think the add-on was just to document the pricing because this isn't specific as to what good faith review defines.
So again, I understand what you're saying. The pricing turns it to, as Councilman Atkins was pointing out, turns it to a different style of procurement. So now I'm not doing a single source anymore. I'm doing a request for quote, which is an informal request for proposal, or ITB. So now we're on two different pages. So now I'm no longer saying, hey, as the city attorney said, sole source, that's their price, right? Single source, now I have to contact, let's say, 2, 3, 4 other vendors to get this actual marketing analysis in reference to your pricing that you're asking for. So, and that changes everything. And it definitely, not that we always worry about time, but we're doing two procurement processes at the same time.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have someone? Go ahead. Were you still in? All right. Council, we have this agenda item. We're moving this to the next nope. Go ahead.
If you wouldn't mind, and if it's okay with the rest of the council, we probably should move it to another work session just to make sure that it appears in a format and has the language that, you know, the majority of the council is okay with. Sorry? No, I think if the council is okay with it going to the July work session, I don't know how they feel about that.
All right. Madam Deputy Clerk, can you please put item number 7, council discussion and possible action on resolution for the definition of single source within the ordinance on the July work session, please? Thank you.
Madam Mayor, one thing. So with regard to this procurement process, I would like to make a suggestion that all of my colleagues, we formulate everything that we'd like to see in this ordinance to present to the city attorney so that she can, because I think the bottom line is we just want a seamless, secure, fair process in place. Number one, we need a definition of what sole source and single source are. And I think it should be the same thing across the board for whatever it is that we're doing, and it should just be a checks and balance. If it's 4 sets of eyes that see it, I'm good with that. We gotta have to, we want to trust and make sure that you guys are making the best decision at the end of the day. So if it's just one seamless process in place that we do for whatever the service is, for example, paving out in front of down Main Street. If that is, and we're looking at different vendors to do it, and that would be considered, I guess, to be a single source because there are multiple people that can do that same job. Whatever that process is, it just needs to be the same across the board. It needs to be vetted a certain way. It checks all the boxes. If it checks all those boxes, then this could potentially be the person that they suggest for it. But I think it'd be best that we make sure all of the suggestions, those things that we like to see in this ordinance, we get those to you by a certain date. You can work on it, get it back to us, and we can kind of, we'll say yay or nay if we're good with it, and then we'll be able to move forward on it. But just so that we'll have everybody's suggestions to you.
Yes, I welcome that. And I also sent you guys an email with an example of a form that's used at Emory. So I hope you guys just look at that because it's a good example of it in play of what it looks like to do single versus sole. Just an example, not saying that it should appear in our ordinance, but it's just something that will give you some demonstrative example of what it looks like.
I yield.
Okay. All right. Next item. Council decision and possible action on contract extension number 2 with the USIS Inc. Davies for workers' compensation third-party claim service for $47,740. I'm not sure. Okay.
Madam Mayor, would you like me to?
All right.
Yeah. So I have the Human Resources Director, Iris Jesse, who's going to walk us through this item. And apparently she's also accompanied by Mr. Lawrence.
Security. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. The item tonight for your discussion and possible action at your next meeting is a contract extension. This is contract extension number 2 with USIS for workers' compensation third-party claims administration services. I wanted to kind of summarize what is in the council packet. The initial contract was issued in 2022 with an initial term of 2 calendar years. There was an option to renew for 2 one-year terms. And this, before you tonight, is the last option for renewal. After this service will be put out for competitive bid.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Iris. I'm going to go to Councilman Mitchell. Do you have a question?
I was just going to ask if we could put some of these items on the consent agenda. I think we have not.
Do we want to move this item to the council? Do we want to move this item to consent agenda?
Yes.
Okay. So, do you, okay. All right. Okay. Councilman Caldwell, you okay with that? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, yes. Thank you, ma'am. Madam
Mayor.
Deputy Clerk, did you get that number, item number 8 will be moved? Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
I see that there are several people here, and I don't think at the top of the meeting we went through the agenda to see if there are other items that we can move to perhaps consent. It might be able to relieve some of the folk who are here for the meeting.
Sure. We can go back. Go ahead. Item number 9, would council like to move? Council decision and possible action on change order for $35,825.40, not to exceed, okay. Okay. All right, council, let's see. Do we have East Point Power in the house? Do we have on the record, I think, never mind, just. What is the ask of the question? What is the ask, or what is the?
Yes, if
effective-
you could just give us just a little bit of information about this action item, we can move it to consent, because I know that it is talking about a vendor for after-hours non-emergency support. So for the public who doesn't have access to our agendas, just give us a brief synopsis of why this is on our agenda. Thank you.
No problem. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is IUC. This is our after-hour call center. After 4 p.m., the calls transfer to IUC. So any of the, and all of the utilities, any emergency that you have, a pole is down, sanitation needs to be picked up, a water main break, any of that, they would call this number. We have exceeded the funds that we originally budgeted from the different issues that we had this year. And so now we just need some more funding.
So, a couple of questions. What was the original amount? Is it that 35,000?
No, the original amount, I want to say it was like 50 or 55,000. I'll get the exact number. I have it on my desk, but I'll get the exact number for you.
And a roundabout is fine. And so, are they asking for another 35,000 at the moment?
No, so we're just asking for more funding that we could pay for the last 2 months for this year, and then just in case that we have any more issues next fiscal year, that we'll have enough money and we won't have to come back to you to ask to do and change order or any of that.
Got it. And I guess the only other question I had was the not to exceed 125,000, like that's a pretty huge jump. If we're around 55,000 for 10 months of the year, we only have 2 more months of the year. It just seems like a pretty big jump to then potentially go to 125,000.
No, so we just put it at that number as a number that I doubt that we would ever reach, really and truly, but I don't want to put it to 60,000 and we get a whole lot of storms. We had the phone issues. If we have any issues with customer care, and then we we're right up on that 60,000, and I can't, the procurement process won't allow me to process any invoices that's over that number. So I'll have to come back to you guys. So that's why we did it at 125,000.
Okay. And that's just so you know, I'm asking a couple of more questions because I know that we've exceeded the amount that we've projected for the entire electric budget. So I just want to make sure that, you know, we keep that in mind, and if there isn't a true need to go to, you know, increase this by an additional 125,000, that we don't. But it's fine. I'll yield. Thank you.
Councilman Atkins.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Dowell. So, but this particular company, IUC, do they charge per call? Is that why we're over budgeted, because there were more calls than anticipated?
That's correct.
Okay, and you base that number on the previous years, the trends, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so we've seen an uptick in calls, and that is mostly around electrical power outages, trees down, causing the power, any of those things?
Well, to be honest, for this year, the issues were the issues that we had with our internal phone system, and while that was going on, they took all the calls. So that's really where the uptick was in charges. Most of it is electrical, and a very small amount is water and sanitation.
Okay, so it's mostly electrical. All right, thank you. That's my question, and I'm tracking, so I yield.
Okay, thank you. And you said that the reason was the uptick was because of the calls, right? And first, let me say thank you for providing background information and making it so that the decision that you made is clear, that it came from a trend that we have been seeing, and that's kind of like the baseline, because I think that's super helpful. So just to clarify, the call, you said the increase came from the calls, but the funding for this is coming out of the electric fund, right?
Yes.
Okay. So how, can you explain to me how that is related?
So originally, the after hour calls was set up for utilities, for myself, for electric, water and sewer, and sanitation. So we split that cost originally, right? But when we had the different storms, I would say like 75% of the calls are from the electric side. People are calling, they're out of power, that type of stuff. So normally, so we split the three utilities, split the cost but percentage based. So electric pays a bigger portion than water and sewer and sanitation.
Okay, all right. Okay, that makes sense. So it's not necessarily the calls, it's the service that's rendered. It's not necessarily the calls per se, but it's the services rendered due to those calls that represents a certain percentage.
Correct.
All right, thank you so much. Is there any other questions that we had for this topic? Okay, thank you so much for your time, sir. We'd like to move number 9 to consent. Has this already been voted on? Yes. Okay. Do we like to go to consent, or do we want to keep? Okay. Number 10, council discussion and possible action on alcohol license, name change / new owner, Texaco Food Mart. Is that? Come forward, please. Good evening. Can you just state your name and just a brief clarification and description of what the ask is tonight for council?
All right. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. I'm Lieutenant Trimble from the East Point Police Department. The applicant, Murakhan Khan, has applied for a retail alcohol license for Texaco located at 3155 Camp Creek Parkway. The applicant has completed the alcohol license application and all required documentation. The application has been received by the East Point Police Department and has received departmental approval. The applicant is requesting the city's consideration and approval of the alcohol license. Be advised, this location did have a 2025 permit, but Mr. Khan is the new owner for 2026.
Caldwell?
Is that the only reason for the request, because there's new ownership?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Councilwoman Atkins?
Yes, and Officer Trimble, you did state that the applicant has completed all paperwork and all of that, everything checks out. So simply a transfer, a name change, and new owner, and that's it,
That's
right?
it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Are there any, a part of that review process, is there anything else that is considered to approve the application as a part of the process?
We contact the Department of Revenue for just the state alcohol license. We also do letters of clearance, which basically is a criminal background check for the applicant and the spouse to make sure that no criminal convictions have taken place in the last 10 years. We do like 3 letters of clearance. We do 2 size passport photos for identification, and we also obtain clearance from planning and zoning.
Okay. You said obtain clearance from planning and zoning. Is that a staff recommendation, or is that just, when
It's
you
part
say
of the
clearance?
application process before it gets approved by the police department.
Okay, so that is, so in this case, would it be staff recommendation, or is it just, this can go to council for approval? Is that how it?
Once all those things are approved, then we bring it forth to council.
Okay.
If I'm misunderstanding what you're saying.
No, I was just trying to, I know that previous life planning and zoning had to make a recommendation. The recommendation then went to council with the report for approval, or?
Yes, because
So that's
without-
what I was trying to understand. Okay. Are there any more questions from council at this time on this topic? Okay. All right. Do we want to move this to consent, or do we want to vote on this time? Consent or vote? So the next step, just to I'm sorry, Madam City Attorney, can you confirm the next step, please? What the next step would be for the,
It's for you guys to vote on it at the next meeting. The public hearing, though they haven't had it yet. Let me see if a public hearing is required for a change. Because is this a new license, or is it a renewal of, well, he wouldn't be able to renew because
Yeah, it's
he's
a
a
new
new owner.
license. New
For
license.
new license, excuse me, for new licenses, yes. So because he's the name change, he's getting a new license. The public hearing will be on your agenda next week. Excuse me.
so we will be moving item number 10 to our regular meeting under public hearing as a public hearing agenda item. Okay.
And a vote.
And a vote, yes. Okay, it seems like number 11 may be of the same pace, but I'll let you, does council have any, I'll let you go ahead and talk, or if council would like to.
Can you sound the agenda item?
Yes, sorry. Number 11, council discussion and possible action on alcohol license name change / new owner for Crew Lounge.
Yes, the applicant, Dania Morel, has applied for an alcohol license for Crew. It's located at 3271 Camp Creek Parkway. The applicant has completed the alcohol license application and all required documentation. The application has been received by the East Point Police Department and received departmental approval. The applicant is requesting the city's consideration and approval of the alcohol license.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Martin Rogers and then Councilman Atkins.
Hi, and thank you so much, but this is going to be a point of, I would like for the city attorney to weigh in on this. I'm familiar with this business. I think that they had a previous liquor license. How many times over do, I guess, owners have the opportunity to change to get repeated liquor license? Or what may prevent a business from not having a liquor license? Because didn't they have a liquor license before?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, so is there a policy, I haven't had the time to do the research on that, but what does the city have in place as it relates to, okay, I own a business, my liquor license, for whatever reason, I don't have it anymore, but I want to apply again. What is in place to assist East Point in these liquor license applications?
Yes, ma'am, I think I understand your question. First, this appears on the agenda as it's a new owner. So if that's accurate, then it's not the previous owner who would have held any previous liquor license. We also do have in the code section 11-1430 that dictates all of the acts that are prohibited, which would prohibit someone from holding a city liquor license. I am assuming because this is a new owner, those acts haven't occurred yet. If the transfer of ownership is new, and certainly if there is an issue, whether it be the acts in this section or code violations, that police would have done the research to ensure that there are no violations existing that would prohibit this applicant, the new owner, from seeking a new liquor license.
Councilman Atkins?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And Madam City Attorney, this could be a question for you. Last council meeting, we got a presentation from our manager from customer care about some outstanding commercial utility bills. And so this is not intended to prejudice because it's a new owner, but how would we handle if there is an outstanding utility bill at the location? Because I think that the ordinance is it a utility lien? Because they probably do not own the building. And so I don't know if the new owner is aware of this, but that was a part of the presentation.
That was one of the addresses?
It was one of the businesses that was listed in the slide, yes.
So we have processes for collection for unpaid utilities. I am looking through Article F of our code to see if it addresses that as one of the reasons someone could not get a liquor license.
And I'm thinking that it probably, because I don't think that the applicant, well, the new owner should be prejudiced because it was the actions of the previous business owner, but just trying to see, there is this outstanding amount
right,
due
but it
to
might run with the land, right? It might run with the property,
Okay.
right? Because if they are seeking to change over utility bills to the new owner, I think we need to know what customer care does in those instances if the balance needs to be zeroed out because of any debt, and whether that's by collection efforts or if it's assumed. So I will look here and get you an answer on what that process looks like and whether or not the property, not necessarily the operator, has any responsibility for those outstanding debts.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Because I also think it goes on a tax bill. We can't collect it the same way we collect taxes, and so I will
Correct.
look.
Okay, thank you. And just to be, would you say, Madam City Attorney? Okay, this will need a public hearing. And, okay, and those Okay, just want to make sure that we return to those questions. Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay, so we will move number 11 as well, council discussion and possible action on alcohol license name change / new owner to Crew Lounge for a public hearing on the next regular meeting. Item number 12, council discussion and possible action on vendor Capital City Electric Services LLC from ITB number 2026-1911 for generator replacement / new installation for Ben Hill Pumping Station not to exceed $299,460. And we have water and sewer for
For
that.
consent? Or-
For consent. Are we going to move to this?
Y'all want to hear it? Okay.
Do we have someone from water and sewer here today? I'm sorry, yes. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members.
Good evening.
Okay, so this is council discussion and possible action on vendor Capital City Electric Services LLC from ITB 2026-1911 for generator replacement installation of Ben Hill Pumping Station not to exceed $299,460. This is for the $1.6 million we received, so this is totally grant funded. So of course, we had to put this out for competitive bid. And our deadline to complete this project is October, so we are ready to go if this can be moved to consent.
All right, consent, yes, ma'am, we will. Go. When is your deadline for the, when is your deadline for the actual?
To get it done,
Yes.
we can apply for an extension, but October, I'm confident we can do that.
Okay.
We have received additional funding this year, so we need to start prepping the technical specs for those bids. So the goal is to not be overwhelmed with multiple projects. So hopefully we can get this done and we can start the other PFAS filters as well as the Norman Berry Drive project as well. So we have multiple projects underway.
Okay, so
Yes.
we will move this to consent on, number 12 will be moved to the regular scheduled meeting, the next regular scheduled meeting for voting for action.
Consent.
For consent, I'm sorry, for consent. Yes, thank you. All right, thank you so much.
She has the next item also.
You have a next, I'm sorry. All right, number 13, what is this, two? Con
ton.
heat pump installation, turnkey council discussion and possible action on vendor 5-season mechanical division of thermal concept from the ITB number 2026-1924 for the 2-ton heat pump installation turnkey not to exceed $25,580.40. All right, you ready?
All right, and it's the same. This is also part of the water treatment plant upgrade of the $1.6 million we received from our Congress people. So again, we're trying to get this completed by October so we can move on to the other projects we will receive funding for this year.
Consent.
All right, we have consent. Council, are we okay with consent? Yes. All right, so item number 13 will be moved to the regular scheduled meeting for consent. Thank you. Okay. I'm sorry. Wait. Oh, okay, I just didn't finish reading it. Okay. Item number 14, ordinance to extend data center moratorium. Planning and zoning, yes.
I believe I addressed, no, it was something else.
Yes, ma'am? Or do we?
All right, we'll have our planning and community development as well, I guess, assist from the city attorney to walk us through this item.
All right. Good evening, Madam Mayor and fellow council. In reference to this item, as you're aware, a resolution was enacted on January 12, 2026 for a moratorium on data centers. That ordinance, that resolution is going to expire on July 17th. We wanted to come to you to give you a summary of what we've done and what our recommendation is as far as extending the moratorium. What you see, are you all able to see your screen? Because I made copies. Okay. All right, great. So future data center policy considerations, our staff has worked amongst ourselves along with our consultants that are currently working on the zoning ordinance rewrite, Inspire. And so we have looked at the moratorium as well as different items in reference to it. So the purpose of the review is to review current conditions of our data center regulations that we have in place now, also to review best practices during this moratorium period, as well as discuss policy options and receive council direction from you all. Why this matters, or why data center matters. Data centers are infrastructure that are put in place that provides for artificial intelligence. It stores healthcare system information, financial system, telecommunications systems and data, public safety, and cloud computing. This slide tells us what is going on in the state of Georgia. Based on the map that you see here, there are multiple counties and mostly counties, some cities that are either drafting ordinances that they have in progress or they have adopted policies. DeKalb County is currently drafting a policy, and then City of Atlanta, I believe, they just went through a zoning ordinance rewrite, so they have put some policies in place. Their policies restrict data centers near the Beltline and MARTA. Other jurisdictions have moratoriums in place, as we do here in the city of East Point. In some of those counties, you see the red dots, such as Clayton County, Douglas County, Carroll, Bullitt, Decatur, and a few others. And there are other smaller jurisdictions that don't necessarily have any specific policies in place, and they are currently allowed under specific zoning districts, such as City of East Point. Currently, the City of East Point does allow data centers as a permitted use in our I-1, which is our light industrial zoning district. However, what our ordinance doesn't account for are the substations. Substations are not an allowed use in our I-1, so there is some type of contradictions in our code, which is why we're looking at it in detail. Some of the best practices we received from our consultants, different regulations from leading organizations. We've received data and reports from Urban Land Institute, American Planning Association, and they included a few other jurisdictions that have recently adopted regulations. One of the counties is in Georgia, which is Cumberland County, York County in South Carolina, and Fayette County, which is also in Georgia. As you see on the matrix, some of the topics and considerations that are considered to be recommended and considered to be, yes, you should have these type of considerations in your policy. I'll read some of the ones that these different organizations have come up with. Topic of consideration, definitions. They all said that we should have a specific definition of data center and related uses. That related uses would in RI speak to the substations that are basically not allowed under the I-1 zoning district in East Point. Utility capacity, all of the agencies, the leading agencies that we looked at and received reports for said that, yes, we do need to review electric, water, and gas capacity for data centers in our policies. Noise standards should also be included, although APA said it's recommended and Fayette County raised the concern. Doesn't appear that they considered noise in their data center ordinance. Buffers and screening, mostly all said that this should be a factor that is included in the policy. Water considerations such as usage, pressure, and availability, all the agencies said, yes, you should touch on that in your policy. Community compatibility and engagement, pretty much all of the agencies said, yes, you should touch on that topic and consideration in your policy as we look at it. Scale-based review. ULI said recommended, APA said recommended. Cumberland County have limited capacity on the different sizes and different types of data centers that they have. York County, Carolina said, yes, you should consider the scale based on part of your review and your ordinances. And the condition in Fayette County, Georgia, the concern was raised. So what this means for East Point, and I'm going to go to the next slide. I'm actually going to go to the next slide before I come back to that one. That last consideration dealt with the type of data centers that we have and that have been defined by the different agencies. And so I'm going to go from the top to the bottom. There's a data center called micro data center, which would be 500 to 5,000 square feet. And it's typically an existing building. I don't know if you all are familiar, but there are many, many buildings in downtown cities, and specifically in City of Atlanta, where you would not know from the outside that it's actually a data center. You go into the building, it has office floors, it has an elevator, but it is full of the little compartments of data centers. And so, and these buildings are usually 5,000 square feet. Those are called micro centers. Then there's a type called an edge data center, which is a little bigger in size. It runs from 5,000 square feet to 25,000 square feet in area, and the land mass is usually 1 to 5 acres. And I'll do the East Point suitability last, but I just wanted to talk over the different types. Enterprise data center, as you can see, it runs from 25,000 square feet to 100 square feet, and it takes a land area of about 5 to 20 acres. The regional data centers, approximately 100,000 to 300,000 square feet in area, and it would take over 20 to 60 acres of space. The large regional campus, which would be 300,000 to 1 million square feet, typically ranging from 50 to 100 acres in size, which is what the Microsoft would fall under, which we already have here in the city of East Point. And then the hyperscale campus, which is over 1 million square feet, runs all the way to 5 million, and it would typically take over a land area of 100 to 500 acres in land mass. The last column talks about the city of East Point's suitability based on how we looked and what the land mass is and the amount of square feet that it takes. East Point fared pretty good for the micro as well as the edge data center because we do have a large regional campus. In the policy, we would recommend that that type of data center would come under some sort of review, not to be allowed by right, specifically because we already have one. And for East Point, if we go back to the slide that we skipped, East Point is a little different. It's 14.2 square miles. It's not that big. That's approximately 9,000 acres, a little bit over. Again, we have an existing data center in East Point already. Our development patterns were pretty much built out, so to speak. The fact that we have residential adjacent to many industrial areas in the city of East Point is something very concerning, to have any type of facility that would be over the two that I spoke of previously. And redevelopment focus. East Point is redevelopment-oriented community because we are typically built out. So we are going to be doing a lot of redevelopment of property and land that we already have. And remaining industrial land, we just don't have that much left. So it's a scarce resource, and so we need to be very careful how we use it and what we use it for. And I guess we could skip to the last slide, or the second to last slide, which is going to be the key findings. The key findings is what we said before. East Point already hosts a major Microsoft data center. We're 14.2 square miles. We're largely built out. Our industrial land is limited, and data centers differ from traditional industrial uses, and I think that's what we want to look at most when we are redoing the policy and making proposals for you all to review. We're going to be very specific and intentful on separating data center use from the typical industrial use. And again, many Georgia communities are currently reviewing the same guidelines for data centers, because they recognize that they are different and that they will need a special review by their communities. And key finding, best practices we would want to use will be to support clear standards and for infrastructure review, because as stated, it uses a lot of power, a lot of water, and a lot of our resources. And so that is something that we will be looking at very closely to place inside of the policy when it comes before you. And our last slide, I think you passed it. Staff recommendations, it's the last slide. Thank you. So our staff recommendations and our next step. Our recommendations are based on the existing Microsoft data center that we have, and I just spoke on these things. We're going to look at national best Georgia practices, national and Georgia best practices. We are going to work on this as we move through our ongoing zoning ordinance rewrite efforts. Recommendations are to extend the data moratorium and to incorporate the data center regulations into the zoning ordinance rewrite, and developing clear definitions and use classifications, and also to establish standards for noise, buffering, and screening, utility infrastructure, power and water capacity, and community capacity. And we will return to council with proposed ordinance and amendments for consideration as we move through the zoning ordinance rewrite. It will be part of that conversation. And that concludes our report. Any questions?
Thank you so much for your report. I'll move to Councilman Atkins.
Yes, thank you, Director Smith, and it's really good to see this. Since I sponsored that moratorium, I had already started pulling some things together, but it looks like it's great that we already have a consultant on board that's working with the zoning rewrite that was able to put this together. And a lot of the information in here I was happy to see, because it's a part of the information that I was gathering, particularly around definitions. I think it's going to be, and that was at the top of the list on that slide. In addition to Fayette County, the city of Atlanta also clearly defined what a data center is. And so I think if we look at both of those, we may be able to glean what's going to be best in terms of how we move forward with the city of East Point. And I know that one of the other slides spoke to not only just looking at Georgia, but also nationally. And I'm sure that you and the consultants are probably well aware that Northern Virginia is the seat of tons and tons of data centers. And based on the research that I've been able to pull over the past few months, because I was putting together a presentation, but this will definitely suffice, just so that I could share the information with my colleagues. I think Dallas, Texas, and I want to say California, Bakersville, maybe in Bakersville, those are becoming hot spots. And so just to see how municipalities or counties in those areas are addressing this. There are quite a few, as you have pointed out here, counties and municipalities in Georgia that are either working on or pass an ordinance, or they have a moratorium as well. So if you look at the list of moratoriums for the state of Georgia alone, this to me, in the research that I've been doing, it shows that there's still some very serious concerns. And data centers are sort of like this new thing, and there's so many things that we must consider as we look at the policy for it. And so I believe that that's why that list is a little longer than the others, because things are changing every day. So thank you so much for this presentation. I definitely would be in support of an extension, because gathering the information, synthesizing it, and all of that is definitely a task. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions or concerns for council? Yes, Councilwoman Caldwell.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation as well. This information is super helpful. I too would be in support of it. I just had a couple of questions out of curiosity that maybe you said, but I didn't hear. The Microsoft data center that's in East Point today, how would that be considered on that scale that you provided? Like, where is it? Where does it fall on that?
It's considered the large regional campus
Okay.
because it sits on about 130 acres or so, and I believe it's 300 plus. It's over 2 buildings, and it's about 300 plus square feet.
Got it. Do the micro and edge data centers require substations as well, or?
That's a good question. The typical power demand are in the, I get less than 1 MW and then 1 to 10 MW. Not an expert in that, so I don't want to speak on it, but I could definitely find out.
Got it. And then the last thing I was just going to say is, when can we anticipate more information? I think this is, a great start for us kind of learning about even potential options, or where we kind of need to be and what we need to look forward to. So I know that you mentioned that you're currently researching and pulling together some of this information. Councilmember Atkins, you have some things that you want to present to council, so definitely look forward to that discussion. But when do you think you may complete some of this, so we kind of know from a perspective of extending the moratorium, what does that look like, or what's the recommended time frame?
We can come back to you next work session with responses to the questions that you've raised this evening. As far as our recommendation for extending the moratorium, our recommendation is to extend it to run with the zoning ordinance rewrite. And the rewrite is due early next year.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Just want to say thank you so much for this presentation. I think this is really good. I think it helps us establish benchmarks and things like that. My initial question was, data center permits and processes compared to the workload and the capacity it takes compared to other projects. I would imagine that when a data center comes in or a proposal comes in, it takes a certain amount of manpower to kind of get that information out, to do the research and to pull everything together. Is that significantly that you can note high too?
Well, we've only had one major, large regional campus. That's Microsoft. And yes, that was a humongous lift.
Okay. And then the impact, I see you have the typical power demand. Are there plans for, again, just red flagging or tracking how this much wattage that they use? Or are we looking at that on a regular basis? Like, how does that actually, how do we govern, I guess, how they how much they use?
I would have to defer to Power on that.
Okay, that's fair. All right. I think that's it. Thank you so much for this report. And if council has any more questions, this item will be moved to the next work session in July. Is that what we're like to move it to? We want to do the vote, I'm sorry, the moratorium vote. I'm sorry.
Correct.
So we need to move it to the next regular meeting.
Correct.
Next Monday.
Right.
Yes, so the item number 14, ordinance to extend data center moratorium will be on the next regular meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
15, item number 15, use permit for section 10-2137, recycling center and processing in section 10-2080D, distance from residential location at 1577 East Taylor Avenue.
Yes, in reference to this item, located at 1577 East Taylor Avenue, it's known as case number P2026U-001-04 and case number P2026VC-001-04. The applicant is Roberto Salvant. The current zoning is RI2, which is our heavy industrial zoning district. And the case type is a use permit with concurrent variances. The applicant is requesting a use permit for section 10-2137, which is our recycling center and processing use. And the variance is for the distance for being within a mile of residential. As stated, this property is located in I2 heavy zoning and it is surrounded by I2 on the north and the east and the south across Taylor, and also by I2 and I1 on the west. The future land use map designation for this area is Town Center Sub-Area 1. The city envisions pedestrian-oriented center of community, including history, culture, business, and neighborhood that is attractive to visitors, commuters, and residents. The typical zoning district in our Town Center Sub-Area 1 are our Ts, which is our residential townhomes, R2, R3, R4, our commercial redevelopment, our CR district, mixed-use district, educational institutional, RCL, our OIT, and our mixed-use commercial industrial zoning districts are typical in that sub-area. Okay. Staff recommendation was denial based on the future land use map designation and some of the typical zoning district. However, Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval with the 3 staff conditions that we have here. I would read those into the record. Condition number 1, applicant must adhere to all water and sewer commercial pretreatment requirements. Condition number 2, applicant must provide an operations plan for intended use. Condition number 3, applicant must coordinate with the city to mitigate any noxious emittance such as odor or sound, and really any noxious emittance being proposed for the development. So those are the conditions that staff imposed, and Planning Commission did recommend approval with those conditions. And the applicant is here for their presentation.
All right, thank you.
Evening.
Hello, thank you. Good evening.
Thank you. Hi there. So we're Salvation Nation. We're here for the use permit.
I'm sorry, ma'am, please state your
Yes.
name and your address for the record.
I'm sorry.
please. Thank
My
you.
name is Tiffany Solvin. My address is 1210 Ling Way, Austell, Georgia, zip code 30168.
My name is Robert Solvent. I have the same address. I'm sorry. It's 1210 Ling Way.
Austell, Georgia.
Austell, Georgia.
All right, so we are already in a heavy industrial area. We are a oil company that is trying to come in East Point. We are right now we would like to start the service to the restaurants. We go ahead and we collect from their oil bins. This is how our oil bins look. Restaurants pour it, we pick it up, and we go ahead, we store it, and then in the future, we do want to do processing. That's why we are applying for the special use permit. As of right now, it would just be storing, and then we sell it off to our proper buyers who would change it into diesel and makeup, medicine, even Coca-Cola uses it. It's multi-stuff that oil gets used for. This is what we've noticed at several locations. We would like to avoid this. These are oil leaks. We definitely don't want oil leaks. We are working with other companies trying to avoid having overflows and stuff like that. We do have a system that we run through. They notify the customers, do we need an oil pickup? If they say yes, we go ahead and get it. If not, the customer will reach out to us, say, hey, I have enough space to do one more dump, but they get automatically added onto a route that we go ahead and pick up. This is one of the shops that we have down in Fulton. This is how the system is held. It's everything with PVC pipes to contain any spills or any odors. It all goes through PVC pipes. These are the containments. We would have retention walls for any spillage just in case. But if you see there on the picture, we would have PVC pipes because everything would be connected through PVCs. And that's how oil would all get transferred, through containment. And they're all sealed. That means they won't have no odor or anything coming out of it. This is what you would see once we do the recycling. We'll have a containment, you have the boiler, a heating element, and again, a retention wall. Again, we would definitely contain it. That's just to be on the safe side in case anything does spill, but it would always be through PVC piping. Just another feature so you can see how we would always maintain it clean, try to have no spillage. And then this is the waste. We would get rid of water waste through the proper sources. We do use two companies, which is Easy Grease and Grease Connections. And then our dry settlement, we actually dispose of it with farmers, local farmers. That way we can get rid of it. I know sound was one of the concerns that East Point had an issue with. I believe this video, we can play it.
That's most of that sound. It's the shaker. It's the shaking all the settlement or anything that's contaminated with the oil. So it gets cleaned out. It goes into a shaker, into a sandbag, which gets filtered out. Any excess oil gets in there, also goes into the oil. All the dry settlement stuff gets taken to pig farms, will be for compost and also for pig feeding.
And so we're just trying to put our business out here on East Point, just That way we can help the company grow. We are a starting off company. We went ahead when we came to East Point, they said, put everything you're gonna do. And so we put it all out there and we're just waiting to see if you guys do approve us to be here, because we definitely are a husband and wife that are trying to grow and do something big that we do see a future in this for us. And we would just like to start it here at East Point.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. We have Councilwoman Cummings.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your presentation, and thank you for considering bringing your business to the city of East Point. But I do have a couple of questions. How large is the facility that you have on, that's at 50, how large is that facility?
Right now, it's over 6,000 square feet.
6,000 square feet?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long do you store the grease? I saw the big containers. What's the gallons of those?
Those are 3,000.
The gallons right now we have is 3,000, 4,000 gallons.
3,000 and 4,000 gallons. And how many of those do you have on site?
Right now, we only have two plastic containers and 2 steel containers that have not been used because we still have to modify them and fix them properly. We don't just want to pour oil in there and have everything leak out. So we want to make sure it's ready to go before we put anything, which we do test with water before we put oil in there, just to make sure that there's no leaks at all coming out of it. Because if water's not going through, oil's not going to go through it either.
Okay, and how long does the oil stay on site before you send it off? Grease?
No. It doesn't stay longer than maybe
No more than 24 hours.
No more than 24
it's constantly
hours?
coming in and constantly coming out, so it's not staying long.
Okay, and what are your hours of operation?
From 9 to 5.
9 to 5. Now, I heard the noise, and I know, of course, that's all that we hear here. So, do you hear that noise from outside?
No, ma'am. No. You actually hear our neighbors more than you hear us. We're
Okay.
across the street from Ready Ice.
Ready Ice.
So you hear them more than you would hear us.
Okay, and for this particular business here, is it required that you guys have a grease trap?
They asked, so Water and Sewer did come and they asked if we can install a grease trap. Unfortunately, the land that we're on is rented. It's not ours, we don't own it. The landlord is not okay with doing a grease trap because I would have to dig up the cement on it. So what we're trying to propose, if we can do a retention wall higher instead of putting a grease trap.
It's basically turning the whole facility into a pool. So in case anything does spill out, it's contained inside, and we're able to put it into another containment. So it's not just staying on the floor, it's going to another containment.
Okay. I know, I'm looking at the storage containers that you have, and if for some reason one of them ends up with a hole in it and it's starting to spill, you say you're looking at a
containment wall, yes.
Yeah, so it's a containment wall, and we will put on, it's a silicone.
Okay, I see right here, okay.
Yeah.
So our proposal would be higher. We're trying to propose about a foot and a half higher. That way, if it does overflow, it's a good amount that it won't overflow on anything.
Okay, and Director Smith, my question is for Director, is that allowable?
If it's allowed.
I mean, is that something that would work that East Point would consider?
Based on the information that I have, the grease trap is a requirement.
The grease trap is a requirement?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. So the grease trap is required now. So if that's what's required for you to get to use, you have spoken with the owner of the property and they aren't open to?
Correct, yes. So if it's a requirement and we can't come to an agreement with East Point, the landlord is aware that we would have to cut contract with him.
Okay.
But again, we want to come to an agreement with the Water and Sewer. That way we can be there. Again, we're just starting off and we would like to start off in East Point.
Okay. Okay.
I'm sorry, while we've lost the quorum, can we just confirm for the record who is still in attendance right now? Yeah, just a roll call, just make sure we have.
But Councilmember Martin Rogers didn't leave. I think she just
Oh,
stepped
okay.
out for a second. She didn't.
Is she coming back? Or?
Yeah, she just
I'm
stepped
sorry.
out.
Okay. Oh. We can proceed, okay, all right. I think you were answering the question, or Councilwoman Cummings was answering the question?
Yes. Could I ask the Director of Water of Sewer a question regarding what it is that they're asking for? So the question is about the only way that this can be done is that we'll have to have a grease trap. That is what is required, correct, per East Point?
Yes. So it's two things here. In order for you to haul grease, you have to be licensed in the state of Georgia.
Rivera,
as a
can you
hauler. I'm sorry.
speak to the mic, please?
Yes, you have to be licensed by Environmental Protection Division as a hauler. But also, the whole point of the commercial pretreatment program is to pretty much minimize environmental contamination. And so what people are doing with the transporter law is giving people a manifest for that waste, right? So it's kind of like from birth to grave kind of, you're responsible for that waste and it tracks it. So even though they have these large units, you and I both know that there's going to be spillage on site. Okay, not intentional, it can be unintentional. I am not involved yet. I knew, that's why I stayed. I saw the t-shirts, so I stayed just in case you guys had questions. But no, they will be required. The whole point is for any type of spillage to be contained in a grease trap and oil water separator, and then from that waste is discharged into the sewer system, being opposed to entering our storm drainage system, opposed to contaminating any groundwater resources or getting into the nearest waterway. So yes, they will have to come in compliance with our commercial pretreatment ordinance. And so no, a wall would not be enough. That's not compliance. If that's the case, Longhorn, Walmart, I mean, I could go on and on. Everyone else is required. So since they're manufacturing and treating it on site, they would have to have a grease trap or water separator.
You said oil water?
Yeah, they're both. It just separates processing from grit and oil and water, and it's the same thing with the grease trap. The goal is to put it in a contained environment where it can be hauled off, and then whatever residual fluids can flow into the sewer system, which is treated by Fulton County and Atlanta, opposed to it going into our storm system, which goes to the nearest waterway or contaminating our groundwater resources. So again, yes, they have to have commercial pretreatment. This is a commercial business, commercial grease recycling facility. So yes, they have to have commercial pretreatment.
Thank you, and I yield.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Ziegler, and then Councilwoman Caldwell.
Yes, thank you. I'm not sure who this question should go to. I know that I was at a Colonial Hills meeting, and the president there stated that she received a notice for this application, but that's actually to the wrong neighborhood. It really, so y'all are located in between East Washington and Center Park, And to my knowledge, they have not been notified of the application.
East Washington? I'm sorry, you lost me. You're saying where we're located is in the wrong area?
So what I'm saying is that, to my knowledge, and I think I had sent an email about this, where there was a president from a different neighborhood that's pretty far away received notification of this application. And to my knowledge, the presidents of the other neighborhoods that are close to this facility have not been notified.
We can look into that. We have that in our files, and I can get a response back out to you in
Okay.
reference to that.
Okay. And then, in the spirit of the recycling piece, so there's going to be parts of the oil that will not be recycled and will be somehow transported off the property. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. So it's what it is. It's your dry settlement. That's what we would, like my husband said, it would be put in a rice bag, and that would be actually picked up from a local farmer, and they would be the ones transporting it off the premises.
Now, we do have a license for hauling oil. We do have a fog license. We have a vehicle that transports the vehicle, the oil and everything safely, and it takes it to our facilities. Now, like I said, we're trying our best as much as we can, because it's not like we have a book that tells us everything. So we're just going based on what everybody tells us. We're just trying as hard as we can. Now, like I said, they need a grease trap and stuff. Like, I've worked in this business for over 14 years with different buyers, different companies. Now, one time I've ever seen a grease trap. This is the first time I have to hear that I have to build one. So everybody else, retention wall, all the way from Miami to New York to North Carolina. And they've all been fine. Right now, there's one in Griffin, and they got passed with a retention wall. Nobody said anything about building a grease trap. So for us to hear this is the first time we're hearing it. So, like I said, we got to build one. The landlord is not going to let us do it, so we will have to cancel everything and go back to Griffin.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any more questions, Councilwoman
I'm still
Ziegler?
in. So you said that you put it into a rice bag?
It's a sandbag. So what it does, it lets all the liquid out and just keeps whatever settlements. Kind of like, what's it called? What they use for cheesecloth. It's kind of like a cheesecloth, basically. So it's just dry, keeps all the settlement inside and leaves all the oil down into a containment. Then we suck up all that oil, and then anything that's dry, we put it in bags, and we take it to local farmers. Well, pig farmers.
They come and pick it up.
Okay. So then the bags are oily?
No, it's dry settlement. It's food crumbs, bones, different things that they use for.
If I can pitch in, dry coffee. You know how dry coffee, you put it in with the water, and then you like kind of squeeze it, right? And then the coffee comes above. So think of it vice versa. We would put it all, and then all the oil would sit in the containment, and that bag will be lifted, and it would just compress everything. So all the oil will sit in a containment, and once that bag is fully dry, the oil, like my husband said, the oil would be picked up, and then that dry settlement would be sold to the local farmers.
Okay. And that's the best practice for that? I'm
That's
sorry?
what-
And that's the best practice for that?
That's been the practice for every oil company that I've heard.
Yes.
That I've talked to. Even Darpro does it. All the major companies do it, and they sell it to the pig farmers.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Atkins? I'm sorry. No, Councilwoman Caldwell. My apologies.
Thank you for your presentation. One quick question for
Yes.
clarification. So the ask is to not build the grease trap?
Well, the ask is, we were asking to have the special use permit because we want to do processing later on. Our goal to process would be in 6 months to a year. Right now, we're trying to get is our business license, plus the processing, so that way it's all in one already. So once I've succeeded where I wanted how we had the shop, we can begin the processing. So that's what we're here for today. After the meeting that I had with the prior consuls, met with Fog and Water, that's when we were told about the grease trap. So now that part of the grease trap came into this council hearing, because we are, again, we're renting a property, our lease is only good for 3 years. Our landlord sees the potential in us as well, so it's just we're trying to see if we can get approval without that grease trap, because again, multiple companies don't have that grease trap, and if that was the case, then every restaurant that has a containment in the back would need a grease trap at the containment area.
Because if we want to talk about odors and smells and stuff like that, that's literally behind every restaurant. It's cooking oil. Right now, we're trying to change that and put internal systems inside the restaurants to prevent people from stealing the cooking oil, because that's one of the main causes we have right now, is people stealing cooking oil. Right now.
Okay,
yeah,
thank you so much. Did you get your question?
I still have a couple more.
Okay, so, all right. We have, if you can, go ahead, ask your question.
So I guess I wasn't understanding that was the ask in the beginning, and so maybe can you briefly explain the difference between the retention and the grease trap?
So the grease trap is underground. They put a container, so anything that falls into the grease trap could get collected.
It's at the site, like at the actual restaurant site under the box that you showed?
Well, there is none in no restaurants. Yeah, we will have it here, but there's none in those restaurants. They have containment walls. They have containment walls. Now, you see, this is one restaurant. There's no containment wall. There is nothing. It rains, everything leaks out, everything goes into the sewer system.
And then just so I can get a visual, but the grease trap would sit under this box?
Correct. If they wanted a grease trap, yes. So what if I'm hearing correct from the water sewer is what they want is for us to put a grease trap underneath at our shop. But it comes to, again, if we have containers out there like this, they should all have grease traps under them to avoid the leaking and going into the sewer line. So what we're trying to do is, can we convert it, instead of it being underground, can we make it above ground, high enough where we can go up to 2 feet on a retention wall, so that way, instead of it being underground, I can have it above, and let's say I am here for 10+ years, if we need to rebuild or fix it or add additional footage, we can do that because it's above ground and not break concrete.
Got it. Another just question about environmental, and this may be specific for your company, just to get an understanding.
Yes, of course.
If you all have had any environmental violations or any like enforcement actions in the past since you've been in business for some time?
Not in any cities. Unfortunately, East Point did come to the shop where we're at because we were setting up. That's why I'm here. I didn't know I had to apply for a business license. We kind of just went in and we did our thing. Now I know. I'm a first-time business owner, so we do have a current violation. The judge is actually waiting for just to find out what's the final saying. That way I know where my case ends. But as of other places, we have no prior violations.
Okay, last question, promise. Just out of curiosity, as far as like jobs, have you created jobs here in East Point, or is there an anticipation to create jobs?
So jobs, you mean like restaurants?
No, jobs as employees and employer.
Employer? No, it's just me and my husband, and then you have our friends that just can't wear the shirt to like support us.
Now we would like to create jobs, because we know people need jobs. Everybody keeps asking us for work. We're not open yet. We can't yet. But we would like to create jobs, which is welders, drivers, waste management. We're trying to build something from nothing.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilman Atkins.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think the questions that I had, many of them have already been answered by my colleagues of you, but the other questions I would have would be of Director Smith. I know that this is a use permit with a concurrent variance, and I know that there's a distance variance, but I thought that I heard variances. Is there more than one variance?
No, it's just the one for the distance. Yes.
Okay. And what is the difference in terms of what is required and what exists in terms of they're seeking a variance to reduce that from X to Y? What is that distance?
I could pull up the map. It's pretty close to the next residential property. It's very, very close.
Okay.
Let me-
Because I think it's 5,000.
It's a mile.
5,280
It's a mile.
linear feet, and they want a variance to what? 200 feet? I don't know.
Very, very close.
Was that a part of their
It's a-
application? Because they have to state.
It's
how
across the
distance.
street. It's really close.
Okay, so is that like 200 feet? Or did they not state in their application?
I don't have the application in front of me.
Okay, okay.
But
If
I
you could share
definitely
that
could look that up.
information with us, that would be great. And then the other thing, I
Absolutely.
think that you're going to also, you mentioned to Councilman Ziegler, because it was bizarre to us to be in the Colonial Hills meeting and talk about this address in Taylor. And so my other question was going to be a part of the public participation process. So CZIM, how many residents showed up to CZIM and what was that feedback? And I'm asking that question because if the notices went to a neighborhood where they said, oh, this has not even been in our neighborhood, then there may not have been any participation.
So for the CZIM meeting that they attended, it was on Tuesday, April 14th, and the CZIMs are on the Zoom platform, and we had approximately 15 attendees,
Okay.
and no immediate concerns were provided at that meeting. But again, we'll look back into our records because we pulled the distance requirements from Fulton County tax assessor records.
Okay.
So we'll double check on that.
All right, thank you. That concludes my questions. I'll yield.
Thank you. Councilwoman Martin Rogers, and then I have you, Councilwoman.
And thank you so much for your presentation. I'm glad that my council colleague was able to ask you all if you are open to hiring East Point residents for jobs. As we know, these are very critical times. But I wanted to let the record reflect that the Planning Commission recommendation was approval, and that you must adhere to all water and sewer commercial pretreatment requirements. You must provide an operations plan to the intended use, and you must coordinate with the city to mitigate any noxious emittances, sound or odor being proposed for this development. But then our staff recommended denial, but also these same three things. Are you all willing to do this for your business here in East Point? I guess that will be my question.
Yes.
Because, the recommendation of staff is that you adhere to all the water and sewer commercial pretreatment requirements, and you must provide an operations plan for the intended use, and that you must coordinate for any emittances, sound, odor, et cetera, being proposed for this development. So are you all willing to do these things for your business?
Yes, we are. We're winning. We actually started drafting how we want the plant to be completed. That way we can turn it into the water sewer. And with the water and sewer, where the water would be disposed of, it is.
It's a waste management plant. Basically, anything that's water, fat, and stuff like that is taken to a waste and gets disposed of properly. There, we will have a manifest towards the waste. Now, we don't have a manifest towards the oil because that's actually something that's purchased. So it's something that's actually we're getting paid for it compared to the waste water that we're paying. So that's a debt. That's not a profit.
Okay, and
Yeah.
then I would also like to see in that plan somewhere, to my colleague's point, I guess just job openings once you all are up and running.
Yes.
Coordinating with the city of East Point
Of
for
course.
residents to have the opportunity to apply for employment at this facility.
Now, is there a website where we could set something up so people could apply in? or-
I guess that we could work on coordination of those efforts, but I would just like to see this as a part of the staff recommendation.
Yes, ma'am.
That would just be like a council recommendation for
Of course.
me.
Yeah, we would have multiple positions, like my husband said. It would be welders. We would have, delivery, meaning dropping off tanks, setting them up properly.
Fabricators.
I would definitely need sales reps. We would need an answering service because we are a growing company. As of right now, just us two, we have 150 restaurants that we are literally
Taking care of.
collecting and taking care of, and we are a husband and wife with kids, so it's like we're nonstop.
And we do provide pressure washing, cleaning. We also provide security cameras for, like I said, theft has been one of the big issues, that people are breaking into containers, stealing making a mess everywhere. We get complaints about that every single day. We get reports every single day. And all we do is report to the cop and nothing is done.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I was just Googled to see if you could have a above-ground grease trap, and it says yes in East Point, and I pulled up, it's our water and sewer department commercial pretreatment, interior systems or construction documents, and item number two, says interior grease traps should be placed above the floor and not recessed into the floor. So I don't know if this is applicable to restaurants or no, but it does say that you can have an above-ground grease trap in the facility. I don't know if we may put some more stringent requirements into, okay, and here she comes. So, and I want a way to make it work, so I'm just.
Well, I want to make it work too, but I mean, I want to make it work too. I just know that the location, the ward that it's in, and the other issues that we're having, and I know that I'm going to be the first department that's called. So I like
Okay.
to be 100% transparent with everyone in that.
Mhm.
So in terms of an interior grease trap, that's for like Subway. Okay. Longhorns, Chick-fil-A, and this is a commercial facility that's going to be processing, I'm assuming, throughout the city of East Point. Okay, and I would also like to add that they were conducting business already. So that's another issue. So I already know that they had a previous citation. So I get it. They need to have an in-the-ground unit to prevent the issues that we had already on site. And I understand that they're trying to do the right thing. But the reason why they're so aware of our issues is because we did have to cite them. The Water and Sewer Department did issue a citation to this business.
Okay.
So they need to have it. And I do have pictures if you would like to see of what we found on site versus what is needed. They're going to have an exterior unit or an interior unit in the ground to catch the waste that's hitting the ground.
Okay.
Okay? All right, thank you.
All right.
Okay, I'm sorry. One last question from Councilman Atkins.
Yes, I just want, just for clarification, I think Councilmember Martin Rogers said it was staff's recommendation about the conditions, the noises, and all of those things. My recollection from the presentation is that that is not staff's recommendation. Staff's recommendation was simply to deny, and because of that, there were no conditions. Those conditions were attached to the planning and zoning's recommendation. Is that correct?
Yes. The conditions that it was for the last one, the last council meeting, right? Is what you're asking me? I'm sorry.
I was asking staff.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
So that's staff's recommendation here. Staff did recommend denial. However, if the use permit was recommended approval by Planning Commission, we had conditions in place for them to use.
The commission had the conditions.
Staff provided those recommendations, those conditions to the Planning Commission as part of our recommendation, if they decided to make a recommendation for approval, which they did.
Okay. So what I'm just trying to get clear about is I thought that I heard when you presented that staff's recommendation was to deny.
That's correct.
And the Planning and Zoning Commission was to approve with these conditions.
That's correct.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get to,
Okay.
because I wouldn't know how we could make a recommendation to deny and then also give the conditions, but if these are the conditions that came with staff's approval, and maybe it would be helpful just to have both the staff and the Planning and Zoning's recommendations. But I just thought that when you presented, I heard that the staff's recommendation was to deny, Planning and Zoning was to approve with the 3 conditions, and these were the conditions.
Our staff recommendation is as stated on the, you want me to read it in the?
No, I could read it to
Okay.
deny, but I also thought that what I was reciting is that I heard that the Planning and Zoning Commission was to approve with these 3 conditions.
Sounds like the staff recommendation is to deny. Is that's accurate? It says it right. Okay. Staff recommendation,
Is to
denial
deny.
of the special use permit with the concurrent variance for recycling center in the I-2 heavy industrial district. However, the special use permit and variance is granted. Staff recommends the following conditions for development. And those conditions are listed there. So, Councilwoman Martin Rogers?
Yes, and verbatim, please, Madam Deputy City Clerk. This item is found in our agenda packet, page 474. To the council member's point, what I read was the Planning Commission recommendation, which is all 3 of these items, but I'll read it into the record. Planning Commission recommended approval of the use permit with a concurrent variance for a recycling center in the I-2 Heavy Industrial District with the following conditions. Applicant must adhere to all water and sewer commercial pretreatment requirements. That was number 1. Number 2, applicant must provide an operations plan for the intended use. Number 3, applicant must coordinate with the city to mitigate any emittances, sound, odor, etc. being proposed for this development. And then I went on to read the staff recommendation, which was denial of all of the special use permit with a concurrent variance for a recycling center in I-2 Heavy Industrial District. However, if the special use permit and variance is granted, staff recommended the following conditions for this development. The applicant must adhere to all water and sewer/commercial pretreatment requirements. The applicant must provide an operations plan for the intended use, and the applicant must coordinate with the city to mitigate any emittances, sound, odor being proposed for this development. And then I went on to ask them about the employment of East Point residents. But before that, I asked them if they would be willing to meet these conditions, and they said yes, and that's when I added a 4th consideration or condition for East Point residents to have the opportunity for employment. Thank you so much. Please, Madam Deputy City Clerk, make sure, I'm sorry, I still have the floor. Madam Deputy City Clerk, please make sure that this information, which we receive our agenda booklets by Thursday, Friday, this information is a matter of public record, but if you could make sure you have my verbatim minutes, and also I'm referencing page 475. Thank you.
I just wanted to address your question in reference to why we would provide conditions. We provided the conditions in advance because we did recommend denial, and in the case that Planning Commission did make a recommendation for approval, we did not want it to move forward without some type of review or conditions with the project.
Correct, and I understand, and just from the previous planning and zoning, so I think it would be very helpful because the staff's recommendation is denial. The Planning and Zoning Commission, these conditions came from P&Z, so it'd be helpful because what we consider is not just one recommendation. This body considers staff's recommendation and it considers Planning and Zoning's recommendation, and so to see those things separately and clearly, because that's what those things are.
Will do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any more questions at this time? So if we could have on the record to reflect that staff recommends denial. If council chooses to approve, staff has identified recommended conditions. This will proceed to the appropriate next step for formal consideration, including any required public hearing. Thank you. This should go to the next agenda item for regular meeting and public hearing, under public hearing. Yes, okay. All right.
May we
thank
be
you.
excused? Will we be excused? Thank you.
Item number 16, council discussion and possible action on vendor government tax solutions from RFQ 2026-1920-1928 for delinquent tax collections not to exceed, not to exceed, there is no cost to the city. Mr. City Manager?
Yes, council may recall, actually it came up earlier this evening, that this item came before council before under a single source justification. Council struggled with that recommendation and requested staff to look at putting it out for bid. Staff responded, put it out for bid, and the recommendation now is going to come before you with Jasmine Cheney, our management analyst, and Dermot Lawrence, our interim procurement director.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. So as the city manager just stated, it was brought up earlier this evening that a solicitation did go out for the collection of delinquent taxes and administrative services. The city did issue an RFQ, so the council discussion and possible action is on vendor government tax solutions for RFQ 2026-1928 for delinquent taxes. And we have the interim contracts and procurement director here to go in more detail about that process.
This is in your package. You have the number of commodity codes that were included, which was 11. We received a total of 3 proposals, and as you can see from the score, GTS was the highest score.
Thank you. Is that the end of your presentation? Sorry.
It's no presentation, ma'am. It's just
Oh, okay.
waiting for you all's approval
All right.
or moving to
thank you.
consent.
Councilwoman Martin Rogers?
Okay. It's a no, but I'm going to go on record with it at the meeting on Monday, because how does this come before, I'm going to go on record on Monday after I've done and created my timeline. And this has gone back out, but it's back in front of us again with the same company that we solicited 17 years ago. Is this the same company or no?
It's the same company that won.
And we just had an
17 years ago.
ordinance before us for single source,
I'm confusing your confusion.
No, you're not confusing me. I
I'm
know what it
confusing
is.
what you're saying or asking.
No, you're not confusing what I'm saying. This company is back before us They had an older RFP that was 17 years ago. And so now you're saying that this went out for bid again and the same company is awarded?
It's happened multiple times here at the City of East Point. It's happened multiple times in procurement in general. Again, I don't know if you're insinuating something nefarious to staff, but procurement is procurement. Once again, it went out, the evaluation was done, and this is the score.
All right, well, as a voting member of this body, it is my choice to make the best decision possible for the people that elected me. I didn't use that word, you did, and I'll have the decision made on Monday, but I would like that decision a matter of public record so that my constituents and everyone watching these meetings know what is being brought before council. Like, that's my choice. And I digress because I want to yield if anyone else has any comments, but
Yes, we have
just so you
Councilwoman
know, I am going to go on public record because this is just very concerning to me. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, open to
Thank you,
public.
Councilwoman.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Sorry. Thank you, Councilwoman Martin Rogers. Councilwoman Ziegler?
Yes, thank you so much for coming tonight. So can you run down very briefly the applicants of the RFQ? RFQ. Can you just run down briefly the applicants and how you scored them and why you picked this one?
Yes, ma'am. The first one was Diversified Technologies, LLC. Their final score was a 69.33. Next one was Young and Associates Firm. Theirs was 72 points. And the last one was, of course, Government Tax Solutions at 87.33. Our evaluation scoring metrics is within the RFP. A separate evaluation committee was selected. It's not done from my department, and that's the score that it came up with. Again, this is transparent as possible. Again, it's happened numerous of times, and on the record, this is no cost to the city.
Sure.
So we're not doing anything to select anybody that's nefarious again.
Yeah. So can you explain how this one scored higher than the others?
Yeah, I can. Take me a second if you don't mind, Councilwoman.
Sure.
This is going into now we're going into the metrics of who scored what.
I'm sorry, and while you're looking for that, can you confirm that that information was also, is it in the metrics and the scoring card or score system that you have, was that also presented in the packet? I may have
No,
missed
just
that.
the overall scores. We don't usually do that, but we can actually do that.
Okay.
So for the first company, Diversified, well, would you like me to start for each company or you want? Okay. First company, Diversified Technologies, their previous experience was scored as a 21, their qualifications was a 17, and their approach was a 22. They received all 10 points for their references, and they did not qualify for local vendor preference. The Government Tax Solutions, their previous experience was a 33, qualified experience was 22, project approach was 23. They got 10 points for their references and did not qualify for local vendor preference. And the last firm, Young and Associates, previous experience was 19, qualifications was 23, project approach was 21. They too received all 10 points for their references and did not qualify for local vendor preference. And again, I can have this information to you all as well.
Got it. And how long was this RFQ out to allow people to submit their applications?
So not only was this RFQ out for the allotted time that we normally give, we've also sent it specifically to other companies that were suggested by some of the council people. So we did send those out to them as well, but they did not bid at all.
Got it. And we also had this, we also discussed it in a public meeting, so if someone was interested, they would certainly have some sort of a way to find out that we were looking for.
Correct. This is advertised throughout paper, South Fulton Legals, and through BidNet. And again, we sent it out to another 3 additional companies that were referred to by someone from council, so yeah.
Okay. And do you have, I mean, I would hate to ask this, but would you be able to provide to us the emails or contact ways that, that you use to contact these other companies that council members had suggested?
Yes, we actually use that through our BidNet platform. It
Perfect.
was sent to them through there. Even if they weren't members of BidNet, they still received the email and instructions of how to participate.
Great. Okay. And how many, do you know how many companies received or actually knew about this application through that software program?
Yeah, let's see here. We received a total of 79 people that requested documents for this solicitation.
Okay. And out of 79, 3 actually submitted applications?
Correct.
Okay. Got it. I believe those are all my questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Cardwell.
Thank you. So a couple of quick questions, specifically about the vendor, not necessarily about the process. I think this came up the first time this came around as far as what fees would be imposed to residents. I know that this is at no cost to the city, but we want to be mindful of what fees would be imposed to residents, because if not paid, this could lead to auctioning off homes and things of that nature. So I definitely want to understand the impact that this is going to have to our community by approving this contract.
So the vendor Government Tax Solutions, back when they presented to council, I believe in April, they did submit a proposal which included a fee schedule. I'm not sure if council was able to review that proposal, but there was a fee schedule. So they have a stage 1 process in which they mail out letters with a payment deadline for those that are delinquent on their taxes. And that fee that they included in the proposal was $65 a parcel. And then for stage 2, when they send out the levy notices, that fee is $225. And then there's other associated costs with the advertising that has to be done with the tax sale. So that is around $100 for the advertisement for a parcel. So that is the breakdown that they provided with the proposal that was sent back in April. But in this fee schedule, or this proposal that's, I believe, attached with this item, I don't know if it appears in there.
Yeah, because I thought that was something that would be reviewed by the city attorney, just to make sure that it was in alignment with state laws. But I guess the other question that I have is, would we have the ability to cap or maybe even, cap the fee schedule?
You mean would the city have the authority to adjust those flat rates? I believe so. I don't, that wasn't a question that was asked. It was asked if that flat rate fee was the fixed fee to the principal of Government Tax Solutions, and he did state that that was a fixed rate. So I don't know if it's necessarily something that could be adjustable, but the city does have authority in providing the delinquent tax parcels to Government Tax Solution. So the city is able to, determine who Government Tax Solutions will be sending the letters to, who will be going up for tax sale. So this fee is going to be assessed on the property owners that the city decides to pursue as far as delinquent tax collection.
Okay. Two questions. One, is there, just out of your curiosity, is there an anticipated cost that the vendor will receive, even if it's not from the city? But to put a dollar amount to this, because I do think the no cost to the city is a bit misleading. They are going to collect fees. And based on the delinquent taxes that we have, is there an anticipated cost that they should receive from our residents?
No, there's no anticipated cost that they should receive. If we don't collect any delinquent taxes, then Government Tax Solutions doesn't get paid.
Right, but based on, we do have delinquencies, correct?
We do.
Okay, and then they've provided some fees, so it may be helpful. I mean, we could, if you do have some information as far as how many delinquent properties we have based on the fees that you've given, they may not collect all of it, but they're definitely going to use their efforts to do so. So there's a cost, although it's not coming out of the city's budget. It is something that a cost for residents. But the other question that I have is centered around, you mentioned that the city would have some say-so into what residents would, or which properties would go to Government Tax Solution. What goes into that?
But before, if you don't mind, Madam Mayor, may I answer that? I do not recommend that there be a selection of properties that go into the delinquent tax status and sent to Government Tax Solutions. If there is going to be some type of criteria, it needs to be non-discriminatory, non-arbitrary on which properties will then be sent to, whether it's GTS or anybody else who does our delinquent taxes. Not like we know who lives there, so they won't go, or, you know what I mean? Like, it shouldn't be a selection that is discriminatory or leaves much discretion to staff on which ones should go.
Okay.
Okay.
That's perfectly fine, if that is the case. I guess where I am with it, I'm not questioning the procurement process. You've gone through the bidding process, and that was the initial ask. I do want to understand at this point, if selected, if there is some ways that we can cap this, or something along those lines, because some of our vulnerable population falls into this realm. Maybe not all, and I know that we can't be selective with what this looks like, but we want to make sure that fees that are being applied are within reason. And so that's where my question is, can we cap it, and can we make suggestions on how we would do that?
Understood. I think it's something for consideration, right? Before sending any parcels over to Government Tax Solutions, determining exactly what that looks like, if there is a cap that we can apply. I think that's fair.
But would that be something done within the process, or is it something that we set up prior to approving, like in the negotiation of the contract?
No, I think that would be set up during the negotiation of the contract, I believe. Is that?
Maybe not the negotiation of the contract, but more so in your, what they call a kickoff meeting, right? When they're coming and they're meeting with the department, hey, this is what the city would prefer, and that's the negotiation that you would have in regards to that.
Will we be locking in this rate? And if we are contractually obligated to this rate, how would we then negotiate once we've signed off on everything?
So right now, the contract here that will be signed will be about the cost that the city will incur, which is no cost. What we're discussing right now is what they're getting paid. So that's a different type of conversation. If I'm not mistaken, that's not a conversation in regards to what we could dictate, but we can actually make that strong suggestion in regards to saying, hey, we would like our residents to pay this or have this flat rate. And that may be something that they can work with us in regards to.
So this question is for City Attorney. Is there any part of this process where we would have the ability to approve or negotiate the contract?
So two things. One, it may not always be residents that are subjected to delinquent
For
taxes.
sure.
Right? It could be some property owner that has a rental and they live somewhere else. Number two is that I do think it's during the contract negotiation phase that we would say what rates they should charge or what rates that they would apply back to the property owner for those different phases. However, to the extent that those rates were a basis for them getting the score that they got, I think the ship has sailed, right? So if say their rates were lower than maybe one of these other bidders, and that was a basis for their score, I think they got like an 86 or whatever, and if that changes, that could potentially disenfranchise the other bidders that would have not had the opportunity to change their rates, right, to potentially get the award. So if they were picked and one of the criteria was their rates, I think that that is a done deal.
Was that a criteria?
No, ma'am.
That's good to know. And was this a sealed bid?
Yes, ma'am.
The other thing I would caution is that the Open Records Act talks about too much detail when it comes to bids, sealed bids, and the details therefrom, that it doesn't become public until after the vote or after abandonment of the bid, like say there's a vote to not award it to anybody. So the summary was okay, but anything beyond that, I do not recommend there be much more discussion until there is a final vote, either awarding or abandoning the process.
Last question is to the city attorney. So here's my thought process. If we were to have gone out and find traditional company to provide these same type of services, like my thought is, well, what would our cost have been? Would have been the same as this? And if not, then I would like to understand how we could negotiate that. So like, where does this fall within the process if we wanted to propose a rate or something along those lines? Where would that fall in the process? I'm hearing after kickoff, after we approve, but for you, where does that fall?
So you're asking if we wanted to change or reduce the rates that they then charge back to the property owner, I said it should happen during contract negotiations.
Which is, where are we now?
We're only at the recommendation from staff on who to award the contract to.
Okay, so we still have to go through another part of this process for that piece.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, you still need a vote and then a contract.
That's what I was trying to figure out. What does the process look like?
And it could very well be, and be prepared that maybe they don't want to lower their rates, right? I don't know, and they may say, no, thank you, and then you will have to go back to the drawing board.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just had a clarification. Is there an appetite for the council to provide a subsidy?
I mean, I'm not sure. The first part of this was to make sure that we were at least going out for bid, but it doesn't sound like we went out for bid from a pricing perspective, but they did exceed in other areas. And so I just want to make sure that the impact that we're having to residents, we're conscious of that. Like, I hear the no cost to the city, which is great, but there's a cost to residents. And as, residents elected us for this position, we should be looking out for them too. And I know that residents may fall in just a portion of this category, but that's the part that's top of mind for me.
You? Okay. Thank you. We have, Councilwoman Martin Rogers, then Councilwoman Cummings, and then Councilman Atkins.
All right, and my question is to Madam City Attorney. I was going to request specific documents, so are those not available to me? I was going to make a request for the original release date of the RFP. All right, so Madam Deputy City Clerk, can you please make sure this is a matter of public record explicitly? I would like to request
hard copies of the original release date of the RFP, copies of all advertisements, notices, postings related to the bid, and I can give you a handwritten copy of what I'm saying. I would also like the scoring criteria, the evaluation matrix, the weighting methods, and scoring sheets used by the evaluators. And I would like the final compiled scoring results. I would also like the names and title of evaluation committee members and the documentation showing when the proposal was received, opened, evaluated, and ranked.
Only thing I would push back on is the evaluation criteria for the bidders, for the evaluators.
So that would be the second item. You're saying to pull back on scoring criteria, evaluation matrix, weighting methods, and scoring sheets used by evaluators?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I'm going to ask why? If we're supposed to make a conscious decision as a council, why wouldn't we need what the evaluators did in order to make a conscious decision? And I'm not pushing, yeah, that's yeah.
You can get a summary. Hold on. You can get a summary, but not the details, and the why is in state law, OCGA 50-18-72.
Okay, well, I would like a summary. So those other remaining items, Madam Deputy
So that's
City
just the
Clerk.
scores.
I'm sorry?
Scores.
Yes.
Like who scored what?
Yes,
Yes,
I would
ma'am.
like those hard copies, please. I don't want them transmitted via email. So the other items that I requested are okay. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Ziegler, well, I'm sorry. Councilwoman Ziegler, and then Councilwoman Cummings, did you still have a question? Okay, Councilwoman Ziegler.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to remind everybody that I don't know if we can all agree on who the most vulnerable people in our city are, or who they would be, but if you are already 70 years old and older and make $90,000 and under, you do not pay any city taxes. You pay $0.00, which means you would have a $0.00 tax bill, which means that you would not be able to have this be taken upon you because you have a $0.00 tax bill. And the people who I know who have elected me have been really upset with our blighted houses. The number of blighted houses in the city predominantly remain in Ward B. And although it's not always the case that a blighted house equals back someone who hasn't paid their taxes, but oftentimes they are the same. And these are properties that have gone on for decades with no accountability and no one to say, hey, you need to pay your taxes just like everybody else. These houses are a danger to our society. They're falling down. Squatters are going in them. They're catching on fire. They're catching their neighbors' houses on fire when that happens. And this is a huge public outcry that I am hearing from my own district in these homes that are being abandoned and unkept. Additionally, I know of other businesses that are behind in tens of thousands of dollars in their taxes, and they are a huge they're problematic. I will not say on the record who they are because I don't want anybody to come back at me, but they are businesses who also need to be held accountable because not only are they behind in their taxes, but they have frequent police calls. They pollute our environment and are giving people adverse health risk. So these are all things that we really have to consider as well, because we do have a good number of properties that are behind in their taxes, and we need to hold them accountable because everybody needs to pay their taxes. Thank you.
Councilman Atkins.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I was just going to also just emphasize what Councilmember Ziegler stated in terms of the exemption that we do provide to our legacy residents here in the city, because we want to make sure that we are at least caring for them, many on fixed incomes and are not making that much money. The other thing that I would like to ask, this goes as a question of you, Interim Director Lawrence, and our city attorney. Councilmember Caldwell was asking about the cap in terms of what the vendor would receive. I wasn't thinking about the perspective that you were coming from, Madam City Attorney. I was thinking about a different perspective in terms of being able to cap that and that impacting the bidding process. So if the city wanted to put caps on what those businesses were able to collect, of the 79 that contracts and procurement reached out to, we had 3 respondents. Some of them may have said, that won't even cover our business operations to provide the service. So perhaps they may not have even applied. So if we then get into the cap portion of it, does that impact the bidding process? Because some of the 3 that maybe applied said, well, that doesn't even cover our business operations to be able to do that.
So that wasn't even a scoring metric?
Correct.
So that takes that out. So for this request for qualifications, that wasn't even a part of it. So they weren't even judged on that. So whether if those that did not want to participate took that, they did that upon themselves.
Right.
Versus.
I understand it was
Okay.
not.
Mhm.
Very clearly, it was not. My point is that if it were, and the city wanted to impose caps, those 3 that did apply may have then stated, that doesn't even cover my business, my cost to do business.
I see what you're
so
saying.
I too will not apply.
Right.
So that's my question, that does that impact the bidding process?
It very
if
well
we're
could.
wanting to impose caps and what the vendors are charging to be able to do the business?
No, it very well could. And I think that was one of the reasons why I said this discussion would take place during that time of after they're selected, of course, and we're kind of negotiating with them, because you're asking them, per what the city attorney said, there's a chance they might say no, right? We're asking them to change their rate and what they would charge. So that's the conversation that we would have after a selection. But to your point, absolutely, that would have altered how many people would have applied, or even if these 3 would have gone out for it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I yield.
Councilwoman Martin Rogers and then Councilwoman Caldwell. Thank you. And I would like to say that it's not about seniors. Yeah, they do get a tax break, but can you tell me how many residential or taxable parcels are in East Point? Do you know? All right, you don't have to, because the number of residential taxable properties in East Point is 11,797 residents. Out of those, we just don't know who is going to be impacted by this tax collection. But what I don't hear my counterparts talk about are these commercial properties. It's 2,142 commercial properties that could possibly be, we could possibly utilize this tax collection for them. So it's not about the residents and oh, this is making this neighborhood look bad. It is a totality of tax collection that does not impede the residents who are 70 years or older. We also have 295 industrial parcels, and then for vacant land, we have 777 properties. So, I mean, I hear what you all are saying with the tax collection, but one thing we cannot risk, or I'm not going to risk, is putting politics over people. We were elected to make good decisions for people, and I'm going to make a good decision for the people that I represent. So I think that instead of us honing in on, oh, they're going to collect this for free, 11,797 residences in East Point are part of our tax collection base. So someone is going to be impacted. Thank you.
Thank you. And we are Councilwoman Caldwell, you're in, and I think we've exhausted our rounds on this one, but if we want it, go ahead, Councilwoman Caldwell.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify a couple of points. So the vulnerable population, yes, our seniors, I mean, you can retire as early as 62, right? So, and being on fixed income as early as 62. So I'm glad that we have some benefits for over 70, but there's still some people out there, and whether it's, you know, a few or not, they should be considered. And it just doesn't consist of seniors. You know, anyone that's on fixed income, disabled, or anything of that nature will also fall into that vulnerable population. The other thing I wanted to mention in regards to the pricing, so one of the things I mentioned was having an idea of what we would have been charged should we, you know, take over or assume that rate ourselves, so that we would have a basis for where we should be, and kind of base the caps off of that. But it's good to hear that that was not something that was considered, and it is something that we could possibly consider once moving forward.
Okay.
So it wasn't just an arbitrary number that came out of nowhere. It would be based off of what this looks like for others as well.
All right, thank you, Council. And it seems like we just want to make sure, this is my question, so we want to make sure that the taxes that are being collected before we send this item to collections, we start doing collections. I feel like there are a lot of unanswered questions here. My other question in terms of the voting on the contract is the requirements of the contract what council votes on, or just the contract itself? So I know we have the RFP. So is the RFP do we set the benchmarks and the parameters and the qualifications prior or after the contract is assumed?
The city, we set that parameter beforehand. So they respond to that parameter. So in this case, request for qualifications, their approach to what they would do for the scope of work that was given, they responded to that.
Okay. And then the communications, particularly around this topic and around this item, it sounds like there's a lot to digest. And do we have a plan in terms of once we come to an agreement on how we want to move forward, what those requirements are, how we're measuring success, et cetera, and the impact and how that will impact our residents? Do we have that all solidified together, or, I mean, do we have a process for that, and do we have communications around all that?
So that would be our property tax division that would be coordinating that effort. And I think the interim contracts and procurement director mentioned a pre-meeting within the proposal that was submitted by Government Tax Solutions. They do state meeting with the tax coordinator and representatives from the city's tax department as far as determining what parcels will or what parcels the city has that are delinquent. And so that process would be heavily within the property tax division coming up with that plan, and they are not here today to speak to that.
Okay. And then I think that speaks to what we were talking about, the non-discriminatory process. So it would be in totality that there will be a review process of everyone, not just particular hand-selected or particular.
Yes, that is what I mean. I don't mean cherry picking certain properties, but just doing a full comprehensive review of what actually can go up, or what actually is delinquent and can actually go to a tax sale if the delinquent taxes aren't paid.
Okay, I do not have any questions, and so council, for this item, number 16, we can move this to the next regular meeting for review and approval. I'm sorry, Deputy Clerk, yes, we'd like to move this item to number 16 to the next regular meeting for review and approval. Thank you. Okay, number 17. Thank you so much for your thank you. Number 17, citywide resident communication bulletin newsletter initiative. Councilwoman Caldwell.
Yes, this will actually be pretty quick. I just wanted to, let me find my notes. Okay, so I received some feedback from residents that they just don't know what's happening in the city, from things like when projects start or when meetings are taking place or prior to decisions being made. And so just wanting better communication. And so I wanted to bring that up here to council. I believe we have an opportunity to address this by creating a consistent citywide newsletter or bulletin that keeps residents informed about all things. And so my ask is that, council discuss directly with the city manager to explore a citywide communication program that uses multiple channels such as email, mail, social media, the city website, signage, things of that nature to for the city manager to bring back recommendations on what this could look like. Something that we can just make it easier for residents to stay informed. So that was it. I propose a newsletter, bulletin.
Okay, any questions or, go ahead, Councilwoman Martin.
Yes, I do know at one point we did have the East Point television channel. So a couple of residents do watch those meetings. That is the 70 and over crowd that many of them are on Facebook or social media. I don't know if it's an appetite for us to go back to East Point Channel 22, but can you give some of our new council members, Mayor Chapman, if you can ask Mr. Redmond Jones to have communications come up and just give us some brief information in regards to all of the outlets that we can use to keep East Point residents informed. Thank you.
No problem. Right now, as you all know, we all use social media. We use a lot of social media outlets. We use we still use emails. We're starting a campaign where we're going to, the list that we have, a legacy list. So a lot of the people on the list, they're not receiving it, so we're getting kickbacks from that. And then with the analytics, I think the last newsletter that we sent out, it was only like a 3%. Click rate for people that actually saw it. So I spoke to the city manager, we're doing we're going to do an email campaign, and we're working with a company that it's called Text by Gov. So we're using those guys too, where they can sign up through their phones. And what will happen is we'll send it to their phones, it'll have a link, they can click on it. But I want to address Councilwoman Martin Rogers. We got rid of EPTV 22 because, for one, it was on Comcast, right? Everyone doesn't have Comcast. So at one point, I think you guys wanted us to get another server, which those things run about $80,000 to $100,000 for us to also broadcast through AT&T. Now, when the city manager first arrived, what ended up happening was per Comcast at the time, and also links that we put on that channel, no one was watching it. And we had extended weekends, like holidays, like 3-day weekends, 4-day weekends, and it would go down. We wouldn't get any complaints. No one would call. So we are looking to move to more like a Roku station, maybe something like that can help our residents. So I don't like the EPTV thing anymore because the cost effectiveness of it, and it's very, the manpower is just crazy to be able to get all of these meetings onto, that station with hardly nobody watching. Not saying that I don't, that minority of people that they feel that are alienated, I don't want to, alienate those guys. I still want to come up with ways, to reach out to those guys as well.
I have a question.
So what would be, I wonder if we take a survey of who wants to watch what, when, and where, because I don't know. I'll just listen to the discussion of some of my colleagues before I chime back in. Thank you.
Okay, no problem, but I guess, see, we had the QR code out there, right? So no one clicked it, but then again, you know, you're talking about maybe some people that are not tech savvy, so, you know, we have to keep those things in mind too. So once again, we don't want to alienate those guys, and we're open for recommendations. If you guys have anything that we can consider, we'll definitely consider that as well, because it is a good group of people that I do speak to on the phone, and I've received their emails, and I've been sending those guys, you know, the happenings around the city as well.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cardwell, then Councilman Atkins.
Yeah, so one of the things I wanted to mention, first, the videos that you've created and the department created, love them. And those are great for social media as well. But one of the pieces of feedback that I received was just to have something in the electric bill or the water bill or something like a physical, something that's sent out. Do you know, like, what were the costs associated with putting it in the mail, and what was the feedback around that? And just to give you like more context, the resident that I spoke with, she didn't know about the tree program, and I know we've talked a lot about this in meetings and HOA meetings. She wasn't in attendance to those, but she's had, you know, some trees that she could have taken down, and so it would just be good to get out those important pieces of information to everyone. So what was cost associated with mail, and have we considered doing something like that?
I can't run off the number right now. We hadn't did anything like that for years, right? Because it's not cost effective. Social media is free, right? So the only thing you have to worry about is the manpower and putting it out there. Not to say that we couldn't do it. Some of the cons with that is that we have so many billing cycles that about time certain people receive it in their bill, it'll either be passed and, you know, they're getting old information. So we have to look at that. Some of the things we have done with the newsletter, of course, we put them all around City Hall. We try to go to the Bowden Center, some of the businesses that kind of circle City Hall. But you actually brought up something that I think would serve even better. The residents would be, I mean, we don't have any signage. So like when you go down to College Park and you're on Main Street, you see the big sign down there, you know, they roll, you know, whatever they have going on. We don't have that. So that's something that I think that we could utilize if, you know, the funding was there for it.
And maybe from a cost perspective, quarterly versus monthly, we may not even have something to, you know, just to kind of give 3 months in advance or something along those lines. So that way there's still some time, even if they get it a week or so late. And that might be a little bit more cost effective, but.
Yeah, I'll discuss that with the city manager. I mean, if we can reach those guys, and also if you guys, you know, if you guys have lists, I know past council had ward lists and phone numbers and try to pass some of that stuff on just to help. You know what I'm saying? So, because I know you guys are pretty busy as well, but we definitely want to reach all of these guys.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Dimick, you stated that, and I get your reasons for the city getting rid of the EPTV 22 on Comcast, and then the cost to do that through AT&T was about $80,000 to $100,000, correct?
Well, that's what it's going to cost us for a new server now. Is probably 70, 80,000. It just depends. You know, we have to, you know, go through, you know, the process, of course, and see, because you have, you know, different ranges, what these things are capable of, and of course, getting it installed. Because the one that we have is probably, I think when we first got it, may have been maybe 7, 8 years ago, and I think the lifespan on them was probably like 4 or 5.
Okay. So you then talked about perhaps a streaming platform.
Correct.
Right. And what would that cost be approximately?
I popped it in the budget for next year, and it was somewhere around $50, $60, you know, a month.
Okay, per month.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So very cost effective.
Yeah. So it was through a, you know, some kind of, you know, company that would place it out there on Roku. But once again, the technology. So we have to, you know, keep in mind that the people that we're not reaching now, would they have the capability to, you know, go on Roku and find that station?
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Councilwoman Cummings?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I know one of the things that you talked about was, I know, just incurred, the cost that's incurred if we did a mailer. I think a couple good ideas that we talked about was reaching out to the HOA presidents, and they kind of send the information out. That's how we get a lot of the information out towards C. But another thing also was just the visual, if people were able to see. I know everybody gets tired of me talking about the Ike boxes, but they are popular. They're all over the city of Atlanta, and I think that they could, they would definitely be good here for the city of East Point at some of the local major intersections, Camp Creek, downtown, in some of the wards, at the parks that a lot of people visit, the Bowden Center, and that is one of the things that it goes under the wayfinding that's under hotel motel tax, so it wouldn't necessarily hit us here with the city to come out of the general fund or whatever account they could possibly use. It's used through our hotel motel tax. So I'm gonna say it again. I think the Ike boxes would be something really good for the city, and it gets that information out. I yield.
And once again, if you guys can push it, this campaign that we have coming out, if you can push it to your wards, I mean, we'll have the, the scannable codes, and just to make sure, also they can send us emails. We do have a lot of the HOA email addresses, and like I said, I was telling Councilwoman Caldwell, when we went to, I don't know if the people are the same, I don't know if the emails are the same, but for some reason, we're not getting any feedback, and it's just mail or return and all of those things. So, of course, we want to start a new list, but that's a good idea as well.
Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Sorry, I missed the conversation on the newsletters. What were you saying about those? Going out into the monthly bill, because at one point in time, the city of East Point kept residents abreast by newsletters that went out monthly in everyone's utility bill. It provided a wealth of information for upcoming projects, concerts, not concerts, but happenings in the city, who to report, code enforcement, if your power is out. All of that information was a part of this newsletter that went out. So what was the cost of a newsletter?
I couldn't. I have no idea at this time. I don't even remember. That same newsletter that you're speaking of, we do email it out. I would have to get with the appropriate parties, and I'll have to figure out like manpower and when would we have to have it in order for it to make these bills. So I would have to get with customer care.
Okay, so if you could just provide mayor and council, because if you could just provide mayor and council the option of maybe doing a newsletter that goes inside the utility bills. I think that would be a start for keeping residents informed, because if we know one thing, the utility bill is going to come.
That's correct.
Every month. So I would be interested in knowing what the cost is of maybe a one-page newsletter. I don't know. It used to come 4 pages together. You could open it, see what was coming. Employee recognition was also inside this newsletter. It was just a wealth of information. So if you could get back with mayor and council on the cost of that, because surely we have $443,000 allocated for community concerts. I would like to see our communities better informed. Thank you.
Thank you. In addition to the comments from council, I would like, City Manager Jones, I would like to see a communications audit across all channels with the metrics in what is actually working, what we deem is successful, what's not successful. In totality, I really think that communications is really holistic. Today, we've heard a number of departments come in and talk to us about their projects. There has been questions about funding. There have been questions about whether the overall projects, how does that impact the residents? How does that impact the studies that we've already had? And so in this, although the newsletter is a good idea, I feel that it's tactical And so I'm looking more along the lines of strategy across all of the channels and what that actually looks like. Signage is another option. With the utility bills, I would also like to understand how many of our residents have gone to electric bills, and have those electric bills been considered in terms of how that is communicated, if we're sending out bills, paper versus digital, maybe two different things. I do like the idea of this survey because it allows residents to weigh in on what they are actually looking for. And the tracking and the audit is not necessarily, it can help inform strategy, but it can also help us help our residents understand like how engagement impacts everything else. And then I'm also looking to see if we can, if we have considered dashboards, because sometimes people like to go online and actually like search the information on their own and, create their own narratives, although the narrative is, can be provided in the newsletter, but I think we have a lot of questions that come out of public comment, and the public comments are not just about the lack of information, it's an understanding of the information. And a newsletter is going to be a heavy lift, from what I understand, to capture all of this across all departments and things like that. Even when we're talking about press releases and news things like that. So my question also is, and I've said a lot, but my question also is, what is the holistic approach to the way that we are doing communications as a city? And it's a very long question. So I asked a lot of
And
questions.
can you ask that again in short form? That was a lot.
The overall approach, because I think newsletters and QR codes are very tactical, and I think as a resident, we have some very savvy residents that aren't just looking for, they know where to find some of the information, but we also have some people that are looking for a little bit more detail in how it affects the budget, if it's actually impacting, how is it going to impact the resident? So it's going to take some storytelling there as well, or some type of other things. And I know that's responsible
And that's
as the chief
the answer right
spokesperson,
there.
but I don't want to take my role apart from what is necessary to communicate to residents and how
Yeah.
we're measuring these things.
Well, I
It's a
think
big picture.
the holistic approach is to, once again, for one, you guys to provide updates when you can, and also our directors, and some of those questions that you have at, some point, city manager can come in and address some of those things, and these are things that we already discussed. So I think if someone is trying to, and what it sounds like is, I don't know, maybe are you reaching for a continuation of what you guys talk about here, and maybe the result be, put on video, whether it's the director or the city manager or, someone from council. I mean, we've always done those things. So we just have to get back to doing a lot more of that. Including with you guys as well. We used to do videos with all of you guys at some point.
Yeah, I think that it would be great if we had an opportunity to revisit, like I said, like an audit of what we're doing well, even in the agenda. Sometimes I sent out something about the framework, and I'm not going to go into all of those things, but understanding really what is happening, where was the last time that it happened, what was the decision that was made, what are the next steps. Like, we get bits and pieces of information, and it's very disjointed. And so how can we, or how can the team come up with ways that is more holistic and, from beginning to end, so that people see the overall impact and not just, pieces of the information.
So just to clarify, Mayor, is this something that you want us to do in-house or seek outside?
No, right. Oh my
No,
professionals or?
No, I think we need a combination of a couple of things. I think we really need to sit down and think about what we want. I really would like to see some, I am a huge fan of bringing in consultants to do high-level things and then working internally to kind of figure out what that is. And it doesn't have to, that doesn't have to be the only way. If there is an opportunity for us to present a consultant, or maybe our in-house team has come up with something and they want to present their way of doing it, whatever is cost efficient along the way, or if we have to, I don't know, hire a director or something like that. Their answer to this is going to be based on dollars and cents, concept, impact, and what we're already doing. That's why I was saying it would be good if we did an audit of the areas that, of the communication channels across the board. And it doesn't have to be done all at once. I'm not saying we need to boil the ocean. Maybe we can have a phased approach as to what is most important at this time. And I know basic communication is it, but yeah.
Okay.
In-house and out-of-house, to answer your question, in summary.
Okay.
Sorry, thank you.
Did you get it? Did he get it? Do I need to go back to the original ask? Yes. So Mayor just asked that I go back to kind of recap or restate the original ask. I think the biggest thing is we're hearing that we need some more communication from residents. And so just having an idea of what our overall approach and strategy to addressing that feedback would be helpful, and just understand, like, based on the channels that we could potentially activate, what is activated, what's not activated, what's potential cost. I love the suggestions that Councilmember Cummings made around the signage and possibly getting, TVB involved there to see how we can get that activated. And so it'd just be helpful to understand what's our thought process in addressing that main challenge.
Dr. Martin Rogers?
Yeah, I think that we probably need to put this item on the agenda. Everyone thinks about what they want to see as far as the communication bulletin, and then we provide the city manager with a directive on Monday. That's my thought process centered around item number 17. Thank you.
Okay, so we can, is there any more questions? We can move this item to number 17 to the next regular meeting. Are we saying the next work session or the next regular meeting?
No, I'm saying the next council meeting.
Regular meeting, okay.
Mr. Jones can be provided a directive at the next council meeting for him and staff to come back with a proposal of what it looks like. I heard newsletter, I heard the touch screen, I heard HOA meetings, QR codes, so I'm interested in seeing what that looks like. Thank you.
Okay. And in addition to that, at some point, we would need to have that evaluation of the next phase of communications and how we like to move forward.
All of that on Monday.
Yeah, I just don't, yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. Items for executive session.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor.
Yeah. Oh, we got to go back to, where were we? I don't know. Oh, yes. Madam City Attorney, we had some more questions and clarifications for item number, it was the budget.
5.
Item number 5, discussion regarding the emergency procurement services for financial consultant to assist with the FY 2027 East Point budget.
Okay.
Yes. So our last, from what we understood, during our last meeting, we asked the city manager to come up with no, I'm sorry, the emergency procurement services was asked from myself, Mayor, to bring forward some, we talked about Mr. Wall providing a evaluation, okay? And then, but there has been a request for additional emergency procurement for from Councilwoman Caldwell. And so that was where we left off for our.
Is there a question I can answer?
So I think, Madam Mayor, may I?
Please.
I think why we paused for a second, I didn't have a specific question, but why we paused for a second to wait for you to come in is two parts. One, the emergency procurement, the way that it is being defined is because it is an emergency procurement, it does not have to go out for bid. And just to provide some context before, I mentioned that I felt it was a conflict of interest for the city manager to, I guess, acquire the service that would do the checks and balances of the audit when we had issues of transparency and things of that nature. And I requested that we look into an unbiased, someone that we did not have a relationship with, in order to review this information and provide recommendations back to council. But it sounds like because of the emergency procurement, it does not have to go through the procurement process, and so it doesn't have to go out for bid. And what I believe is a biased company has been selected. That was the first piece. And then the other piece was, it was said that during the last meeting that council could not have someone report directly to them. And so I think there needed to be confirmation, like, is it we cannot have someone report directly to us, or it wasn't recommended?
Okay, I'll take your first one first. About the emergency procurement, you have a code that talks about emergency procurement, which is section 4-3306. And it just talks about that the purchasing agent has to make a determination that the emergency exists. And then that's when the purchasing agent can make or authorize others to make emergency procurements or equipment, supplies, services, construction, professional or consultant services, which a finance person would fall into. And it has to be a determination that there exists a threat to public health, welfare, or safety under emergency conditions. Such emergency procurement shall be made with as much competition as practicable under the circumstances. A written determination of the basis for the emergency and for the selection of the particular contractor shall be included in the file. A record of each emergency procurement shall be made and set forth the contractor's name, the amount, the type, a listing, yada, yada, yada. And it also provides in section 4-3307, different criteria for the selection process. So my only recommendation for that is that if you're going to go emergency procurement, you have to make sure you follow the code. And we have a code for emergency procurement. The second part of your question was whether or not.
City Attorney?
Yes.
Just for a point of clarity, you did say that there's a part in there that reads that we should look into competition as much as possible.
As possible, yes, ma'am.
So that it is not against the procurement code that we look at other qualified candidates for this service.
Yes, and even before you get there, there must be a determination an emergency exists. So yes, once that determination is made, then it does say use the competition process as much as possible.
Okay.
Or as much as your emergency would allow, right? There may be some emergencies that competition process would make the emergency worse, right? So the second part of your question was, I think I just lost it.
If the person that we procure could report to council.
Thank you. So in your charter, it provides who reports to you. You have 4 direct reports. It does not include anyone else, and it doesn't have like a general clause that says, and anyone else as you deem fit, right? Like, it doesn't say that. And so everything I say is a recommendation, right? Everything. It's not that you have to agree with my interpretation of the charter, but the charter only provides, as it reads, that you have 4 direct reports. I think I mentioned a prior opinion that came out years ago, right? Predates me, predates you, that said that any direct report to the council will require a charter change. So I'm just reiterating that I agreed with that assessment from a prior attorney. I think it was an outside of council. I don't even think it was your city attorney at the time. I will continue to look in the code to see if there's any other provision. Now, unless you're hiring these folks as a contractor, right, then you may have some room there. But as an employee, I think you guys talked about like auditor, which was the issue in that old memo, then that would require additional steps. But for a contractor or a consultant to report to you, take for instance when you hired Plant Moran the first time, the council did, they worked with city staff to get the information that they needed to provide the report, but then they came back to city council, they got their direction from city council, what they needed to look for, what, you know, when they made their report, it was done directly with the city council. So I think you can get there, contractor, not someone permanent, not someone, right, that's going to be staff that would report to the city manager based on our form of government, but you can get there under a contractor type approach.
And that's where we're going with it. It would be a one-time thing in a contractor approach, and it sounds like it's encouraged to have some competition here as well. So I think that this is an item that can be moved at least to Monday for a vote, because it is encouraged in our own rules to have competition. And we've provided some other suggestions on who we could consider.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Martin Rogers and then Councilman Mitchell.
Yes, and thank you, Madam City Attorney, but I also have combed the city charter, and what I want to say is there is no prohibition in the charter or ordinances, and the charter gives council broad discretion when it comes to a contractor, a consultant, or someone to report directly to council. I believe that we will need the wording for that, but this is just an additional precaution because, as I stated earlier, the person who assisted in putting together the City of East Point's budget for the last several years is no longer with us, and the 2 documents that have been presented are questionable. I would also want to add to Madam City Attorney that the previous adopted budget has professional services included, and that budget is a duly adopted ordinance by council and grants the authority to engage in a professional service. So I think that Councilmember Caldwell's ask is to engage in a professional service as it relates to the 2027 budget, and for that professional service to report directly to council. Thank you.
I think we were saying the same thing, that if you're doing it on a contract type consultant basis, you can get there. I don't disagree.
Okay. Thank you. Councilman Mitchell.
Yes, thank you. So I did have a question. I just wanted to make sure, and this is for Madam City Attorney, that we weren't overstepping with some of our as interfering with the procurement process. I know we typically allow staff to go out and find candidates. I'm not sure how often that we suggest people, and if that's overstepping in any type of way.
So with professional services, it doesn't require competitive bidding.
Okay. Okay, I know that, and then the emergency procurement portion of it, I think we voted for the emergency procurement, but that takes, I guess, the power, or that we usually allow staff to make those decisions.
Can you remind me of what the actual motion was for the emergency?
I believe,
What did you guys, what was the vote?
There was a whole.
It was the fund
Councilwoman
balances,
Mitchell.
cash flow,
Yeah,
reserved, pool cash, electric fund, water and sewer, and transfer in and out. So council needs better clarity. Can you read? That's what I have in my notes, but if,
And I just want to also clarify that Plant Moran has already been engaged and have been working on this for at least 4 days. 4 days? Yeah, 4 days.
I'm sorry. Well, Councilwoman Caldwell, you looking that up? While you look that up, can I go ahead to, you're good, Mitchell? Did you finish your question?
yeah, no, I'm good.
Okay. Councilman Atkins and then
Yes.
Councilwoman.
Thank
Okay.
you, Madam Mayor. Madam City Attorney, that was the question that I was going to ask. It sounds like the motion was for an emergency procurement, and this body approved that motion, I think. And today we learned by the city manager that because we've already approved that, they've already moved forward and with an engagement, and it sounds like that entity is already working on this. So then would we have to vote to renege that, or to go back, or to do something on that? Because the body voted to provide the authority for an emergency procurement, the city manager moved forward with that, and it sounds like, because it's related to the budget, that entity has already started working on it. So how would we then, cure that, or correct that, or change that?
Yeah, I would want to hear the motion. I think that's what we were waiting on, is to hear what actually was voted on. I heard some of it from Madam Mayor, but that wasn't the full motion, I don't think. And then we're going to have to consider, depending on what the motion was, whether or not any of your council rules regarding re-entertainment of a motion or reconsideration of a motion applies. So I just would need to hear the motion if you have it.
This is pretty long. So it says, Hemming motion is that the city manager would bring back an emergency procurement that would assist with reconciliation, cash flow analysis, reserve verification, and a review of our utility funds to make sure that we're on solid footing before moving forward with the budget. Martin Rogers made a friendly amendment. I'm all on board with an emergency procurement for a financial or budget analyst consultant, but they need to report directly to the city council about this process. That would be my friendly amendment, but we also direct the mayor to also contact GMA for 3 firms or consultants with demonstrated experience supporting Georgia municipalities through budget development, deficient mitigation, enterprise fund analysis, and independent fiscal review. There was another Hemming accept Martin Rogers amendment. So that's just her wording. I would accept Council Martin Rogers amendment with the clarification that the intention would be for them to make public presentations to council about their findings, and that the city manager and the interim finance director would assist them to deliver those results to council directly and support the completion of these audits. Hemming's motion, so the motion is to authorize an emergency procurement to assist with reconciliation, cash flow analysis, reserve verification, and utility fund review in the pool cash system, and the amendment from Councilmember Martin Rogers that it would include public presentations to this body. So to be honest, Yeah, that is long. But to be honest, what Councilmember Martin Rogers requested is that we get three proposals from GMA, and that this person will report to council.
Yeah, I heard that, but some of the language conflicted. At first, I heard you say motion to direct the city manager, then I heard motion to
Have her.
the three GMA, and then, like, it was a lot.
And none of the motion mentioned for the city manager to move forward with Plant Moran. I do want to make that clear. And that's what's being said today, that we made a motion for him to move forward with Plant Moran, but that was not the motion.
Is that something you can send me?
Yes. She just forwarded it to me. This.
And you were supposed to come back with her.
Okay, what was the motion read from the special call meeting? I thought we decided on, when we spoke about Mr. Wall.
No, she was.
Because that's when we had, and that's when we told Mr. City Manager that his team was supposed to move forward, and then I was going to move forward with Mr. Wall's recommendation, and I was going to bring back something to council based on what Mr. Wall had presented. And that's when I sent out an email asking for the PDFs and all of the information from 2023 to 2026. I sent that to the city manager. Mr. Wall started his review and noticed that he could not complete his review because there was missing information, including the 2024 through 2025 audits. And so he needed more confirmation on that, and that's what I was, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I think that you were only supposed to bring back an executive summary from Mr. Wall, because I asked you that, to bring back an executive summary of his findings and share it with mayor and council.
Now, there was a point where I clarified and asked if this was going to be in replacement of or in addition to the emergency procurement.
And we said no, because hers was free.
And that's right. And so it was an emergency procurement that was what was approved. Plant Moran didn't introduce into it because there was a phone call that I wasn't even sure they could be available at the time, and that was the very next day. And so the emergency procurement was passed, and then we were assessed based on the time that would need to still observe our budget timelines. That's when we determined that Plant Moran was the only logical choice because they could get and meet the timeline. And so that's how I recall it happening.
I guess, can we get the
I'm
minutes
getting a
back
nod
from
from
the special
procurement
call
saying
meeting?
yes.
Can we get the minutes?
So is it a single source? Because I thought we got clarity early that it was not a single source.
No, it's an emergency procurement.
And we
so
just-
there's several tools in the procurement toolbox, if you will. You keep on conflating them. We're talking about emergency procurement. That's what was passed.
Right, but the word you used in the last meeting was single source. I want to make sure that that is clear. You can pull the minutes, but
If that's the case, I apologize.
Thank
It is emergency procurement, to be clear.
And we just heard from the city attorney on the code around the emergency procurement that encourages us to go out for competition. The motion that I just read also mentioned competition, but for some reason, when this continues to come up, we're not going out for competition because we're saying that we don't have to.
The timeline is incredibly challenging, and even with Plant Moran, with the head.
But where's the
head up-
timeline coming from?
Excuse me, ma'am. Even with the head up that they have by working with us, they were under contract with some of those items that were mentioned on the motion. So some of those things they're already on contract doing. And even with that, it is a very challenging timeline.
But that's also the conflict, because that's why I'm saying that they're biased. They're already working with us on these items, and we want an unbiased person to come in and look at this with fresh set of eyes, not someone with an existing relationship that we're already working with on these same items. We have issues with transparency and what was presented to us, and so to hire a person that's already working with us on these same things, it just seems like there's a conflict of interest there.
While it might seem that way to some members of this council, let me tell you that Plant Moran is a nationally renowned, highly respected firm that would likely not allow any relationship, perceived or not, to affect their reputation as being a solid third-party source to do this type of work.
So, I'm sorry, go ahead for your
I just want to restate again that I'm not questioning Plant Moran's ability, but what I'm saying is that because they're already working with us on these items, that they are biased because of that existing relationship, and I'm asking for an unbiased solution or partner to come in and look at this.
Okay. Thank you. Councilwoman Mitchell, you're next, and I believe after this, we kind of need to figure out how we'd like to move forward or what would be the best course of action. From my understanding, that's why I went out and contacted Mr. Wall for his services. And if we need to add 2 additional people, then I need to know that, or how is the best way, what is the best process of going about making sure that we have an unbiased third-party person. So go ahead, Councilman Mitchell.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing how they're biased. I just want to, I guess, state again, once we made the motion for emergency procurement, that gave the city manager the authority to hire somebody. It wasn't, it's stated, but within emergency procurement, it's a little different from a regular procurement process. So once that motion was made, I believe that gave him the authority for that.
So it does state in the motion that he should have gone out for 3 quotes from GMA, and he didn't. And then also we heard in our code that that is a part of the process, and competition should be a part of the process. And so that's all we were asking for. The bias part is when there's an existing relationship, there's an established relationship, and we just wanted a fresh pair of eyes.
I mean, if anything, in time constraints, they're already somebody that's familiar with our finances.
What is that?
They're familiar with our finances because they've done audits. I don't see how that would be biased. I think they would probably make them more capable of doing this.
I'm not saying that they're not capable, but I think that that piece of being familiar and already helping us is the part that is making it biased. I mean, I don't know how else to say it. That
I'm not seeing a bias.
Yeah. I mean, we can still vote on it.
Actually, it's the most convenient.
I think
we already have money, a credit line with them. They're already familiar. We're under time constraints. I mean, I'm listening. I'm just.
Okay.
This is my opinion. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Council, at this time, can we please call the vote? Madam City Attorney, my question is, if the vote is already on the record as us, whatever the motion was on the record, do we need to undo that motion, or how do we need to proceed moving forward?
You cannot re-entertain the same motion. So y'all would have to call a whole new motion because of your rules. Your rule 26 says, a motion that has been presented to council may not be presented again for a period of 60 days unless there have been extraordinary changes that will warrant such action. Extraordinary changes must be approved by 2/3 vote of the council. So first you would need to, if you want to re-entertain the motion that was already taken, you would have to have 2/3 of you guys agree that there has been extraordinary changes. We went through this before for an item, I don't remember what. And then if there's a 2/3 vote that there's extraordinary changes, then you can re-entertain the motion.
Thank
and
you.
not have to wait the 60 days.
Thank you. What would constitute as an extraordinary change?
Well, the rule does not say what extraordinary changes, so I guess it could be a plethora of things. It just needs to be something that 2/3 of you can agree on, whatever the extraordinary change is.
Okay. Well, in that case,
That's only
With
if you
the-
want to re-entertain the motion that was on that has already passed.
With the reduction in the number of staff allocated to the budget process and finance justify emergency to redo the vote?
So not being a member of council, I think you need to ask that of the
Oh.
folks that would need to vote.
Don't you have to be on the prevailing side of the vote, I guess?
That's for a reconsideration. This is a re-entertainment of the motion.
Okay.
Oh, but you're right, that's Rule 27. But that's when the vote is being reconsidered at the same meeting. We're at another meeting now, so
But
that
city-
wouldn't apply.
Madam Mayor, may I just ask a quick question? We just read the motion, and we haven't seen a different motion come through. And the motion
Right.
did ask for all the things that I'm bringing up today that was not done. And so what happens when we provide a directive that was approved and is not followed?
So Councilman Caldwell, I got what Ms. Mellett sent to me. Can you look at the friendly amendment by Councilwoman Martin Rogers? And I'm just looking at the words on the page.
Mm-hmm.
It says, and if follow along with me, I am all on board with an emergency procurement for a financial or budget analyst consultant. But they need to report directly to the city council about the budget process. That would be my friendly amendment. But that we also direct the mayor to contact GMA for 3 firms. That's what the words on the page say. I guess someone would need to look at the minutes, listen to see if that's accurate, because it doesn't say the city manager. It says the mayor was supposed to do that.
Okay.
So was that the question that we were trying to get to? Because, I mean, I contacted one person so far. I have not reached out to anyone else from GMA. I went to the president of GMA and asked for additional, for assistance. So I can, go ahead, I will take more time to get more, or the last 2, if anybody has any other recommendations, but I will go to GMA and ask for a total of 3. Right now, I have 1.
I'm in. Am I in? Yep. Yeah, and I read the conflict of interest for the one person that you had into the record, but I'll be happy to read that into the record on Monday. But again, I think that what the ask now is that council has their own consultant at this point to have another look, or a contractor. And as far as Plant Moran is concerned, they provided us with an audit for operations. The concern for me is that the person that had the most experience with the budget is no longer with the organization. Is Plant Moran going to be able to go in line by line, item by item, and assist us with this budget? I don't have faith that they can. It's been so many entities a part of this budget process, from someone in the community with their hands on the budget, there is proof of that, to what has been presented to this council, and I do not have faith. We can continue on with this budget process, but I also think that as a council, it would be beneficial to us to have someone consult us about this budget and what is being presented to us. At this time, I know that the hour is getting late. We can, if it is the will of the council, we can put it on the agenda for Monday and vote it up or down, but this is where we are. And I also keep hearing about the constraints of the budget. At this time, Madam City Attorney, can you read the budget ordinance in for the public that is watching at home right now? If the budget isn't passed on June 1st or July 1st, what actions or what options are available to council at that time. And I yield.
Can I respond?
Yes, please.
Section 5-102 of your charter provides that the city council shall adopt the budget on or before the first meeting of June. If it fails to adopt the budget by this date, the amounts appropriated for current operation for the current fiscal year shall be deemed adopted for the ensuing fiscal year on a month-to-month basis, with all items in it prorated accordingly until such time as the city council adopts a budget for the ensuing fiscal year. So that is what your charter provides if you don't adopt it by the first meeting in June.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cummings?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So with regards to I guess have the audit for this budget, is it okay if I have Ms. Cartwright to come up and speak with regards, I think it's going to be something about Plant Moran? I mean, what we're doing with regards to the audit. Maybe she can sort of shed some light on some of this stuff for us. Is that okay?
I think you need to ask the
City manager, is that okay?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Maybe she can help shed some light on some.
Oh, excuse me.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. Thank you for taking this time for me. I really wanted to go over, I understand completely what Councilmember Martin Rogers is speaking of, and the goal of this budget is for our city, is for our citizens, and the importance of it, of transparency. So what I really want to show is the budgets in the past. I'm sorry, give me one moment. Let's see if it pops up. Can you help me with this? Oh, there it goes. So this is our BSNA program that we use. This is our ERP system. I understand in the past we've had budgets that are in around $200 million. My job as the finance director is to provide transparency to you. When I do a projection, I am looking at historicals, 5 years. I'm looking at the trends. I'm talking to department heads. But most importantly, I'm looking at revenue. Our revenue over the years, let's start at 23-24, $211 million. That was the revenue that was projected or adopted. 177 was collected. In 24-25, adopted $218 million. What was collected? $180 million. These are your historicals. This is what we should be looking at every year, every month, all the time. This is what we owe to our citizens. We need to provide a foundation that is solid to them, not quicksand. And this in the past, that's quicksand, because we are not collecting what we said we're going to collect. This is serious, because Dr. Martin Rogers, your citizens are relying on you. They're relying on me to give you the foundation that you need to make solid decisions. And I'm not here to point fingers. That's not my job. My job is to give you the facts, give you the numbers, and that's what I want to do. That's where we're going at for the future year. Our projection for 26, $252 million. That was our revenue projection, $252 million. We have collected $147 million year to date. I am not going to give you something that is not solid. I'm not going to give you a $200 million budget, because that is not it's not fair to you, it's not fair to our residents. And that is my goal, to give the residents what they deserve. This city is very important to me. I'm not from the city of East Point, but I take this very seriously, because you cannot create a future without solid information. And I can give you, I'm looking at the last meeting. I'm taking all of your questions. What you want to see is very important to me as well. I want to make changes to the budget to fit your needs for your constituents. But I also don't want to give you a false impression of what that revenue looks like. Our revenues and our projections, our expenditures should be based on our revenue, not the other way around. And that is what has been happening. It is a hard pill to swallow, but I am not here to give you false information. I want to give you correct information, good information for your constituents, because we cannot build a future without that. And I wanted to give you this information because it does show the 23, 24, 24, 25. Those are prior years. Nothing I do to that will change those numbers. That's all I wanted to give you. I can also send this to you in an email as well.
Thank you, Ms. Elizabeth. Thank you so much for your information. And I will now go to Councilwoman Martin Rogers and Councilwoman Ziegler, and then Councilwoman Caldwell.
All right, and for the record, thank you so much for your budget presentations, but I mean, you yourself, the first budget just was subpar. The first budget that was presented with the account numbers missing, when I went through the budget with all of those discrepancies, I expected a better product for me and my constituents. Budget number 2, I ran down the pages of those budgets. You had missing subtotals and line items. It was a list of about 30 items that I found that were just egregious in this past budget. I had the city clerk pull it up. If we look at my budget alone, it looks like I'm making $42,000. So I hear and understand what you are saying, but I guess, you took the helm back in October 2025. There has not been one budget amendment if you are saying that these things are occurring. Not one budget amendment has been brought before this council to assist with the budget or, our actuals. Actually, on another page in the budget, I believe Councilmember Caldwell brought up a projection in the electric fund where it was projected $4 million, or our actuals were $4 million, but it was projected $11 million, but the actual was actually another number. We also had a one-on-one meeting with you in which we pulled up information that was just inconsistent. So I understand what you were saying, and my goal is to get consistent information that is presented to council. Going back to the budget book, one council member had her entire budget itemized, but no one else on council had that opportunity. That's another discrepancy that was in that budget book. Like, I would have liked the opportunity to itemize my budget. So I understand and I hear what you're saying.
Microphone.
I understand and I hear what you are saying, but for me and my constituents that I represent in Ward D, they want to see the numbers. They want to see a budget that has everything in it that has been asked for by this council, and that's one of the reasons why I'm pushing for a special call budget meeting so that we can give the city manager some direction on where to go, because now the budget doesn't belong to him anymore. It now belongs to council for us to go through and say, hey, we don't want $443,000 in the budget. I mean, I've also asked for, what are these events that we have? I've asked for itemization, and when 4 people have put together a budget and 4 of us have not been included in these conversations, they have to be brought forth for the public and for us to go on record with. I take issue with that. I got a series of emails this weekend where members of this council have had input with the budget via email, and some of us have not been afforded that opportunity, but we're seeing these things in what is being presented to us. So I yield at this time to give my colleagues the opportunity to chime in, but I think that it is important for council to have someone to report to them. In this process, we're talking about close to $200 million, and I want to be sure that whatever I rubber stamp or pass, it is for the best for our residents of the city. And that's just where I am with it. So thank you so much for your efforts.
Yeah, and I appreciate that.
No, me.
I'm sorry. Okay. Councilwoman Ziegler, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Interim Director Cartwright. So it is to my understanding that, you know, I have been a very engaged resident off of council, and to my knowledge, I have not seen a budget that was clear ever. And that was with previous administrations, previous mayors, previous city managers, previous interim finance directors, previous finance directors, et cetera. And so I think this year, to me, is an opportunity to clean this up. Now, is this perfect? No, it's not, but I do think that it's a step in the right direction. You know, are there discrepancies? Yes, there are, but also the number of discrepancies has gone down from what I have seen from previous years. The budget book that we received has been the most friendly for an average person to read than I have ever received. And these are steps in the right direction. Now, is it perfect? No. Are there ways to improve? Yes. Should that happen now? I mean, I would love for it to, but given that it's June 8th, I don't see that that's going to happen this year. But as long as we make continued improvement and we just, you know, not be so petty and just put our egos aside and just allow staff to do their jobs, I feel like that we would be able to have continued success. Now, you know, last year when I was on the Budget and Finance Committee, I remember being surprised that the recreation for Ward D was going to be used with hotel motel tax money, and that had never been discussed before. And so I was surprised. I'm fine with having a Ward D rec center, but I was surprised at the funding source, as what had been communicated to me was that we were going to go to the bond market for it. So you know, as far as these secret meetings and things like that, and there's been 4 people who have had extra, you know, insight in the budget and extra, you know, influence in the budget. You know, I just don't really see that as something that we should focus on, because I think that we can point fingers at each other all day. But yeah, so end of story. You know, this is a step in the right direction. Yes, there are still some things that we need to correct, but given that it is June 8th, I think that we are at least better than what we were last year, for sure. And for that, I want to thank you for your hard work, and for the city manager for his hard work. I know that y'all have worked a lot in trying to clean it up, and it is a lot to clean up, and I think that we should recognize how much there is to move around and make sure that things are in the right buckets, that things are adding up, and all that kind of stuff. So, thank you.
Councilman Atkins, and then Councilwoman Martin Rogers, and Councilwoman Caldwell.
I think that, yeah, I think I was last.
Yeah, my light probably went off and on. I can go. Well, First, I want to at least thank my council members for recognizing that there's some level of, or there's a need for improvement here. This is my first budget. So looking at the first budget, I was very unclear with even the cost that was allocated to me. My name wasn't there. There were numbers that were there that I was unfamiliar with. And so some of the things that I've brought to your and city manager's attention, I know because it comes from a place of disagreement, it may feel like it's an attack, but that's not the intention. It really is to get a better understanding. And, you know, the things that I've brought up is the merged line items and not being able to understand exactly what this means, how it impacts us as council, how it's going to impact the city as well. I've been pretty consistent with the things that I've brought up that I still haven't really gotten answers to. The over projection in the electric fund that just, it hasn't been explained as of yet. And then looking at this slide, it is a bit misleading because it highlights projections. A projection is just that. It's what we believe that dollar amount would be. And it highlights total expenditures. So that it's going to be different from a projection. I wasn't here last year, but I do remember some discussions around $30–40 million of, I don't even know if the right terminology is, ghost funds in the budget that was allocated for the recreation facility that really didn't have a funding source. And so this is some of the reasons that we're seeing a $247 million budget with expenditures being a lot less, because we're predicting revenue that we don't even know is going to come in. And that was just last year, where I believe the city manager was a part of that budget cycle. And so when we ask these questions, when I ask these questions, it is to get a better understanding so that I can explain to residents exactly what we're using their tax dollars from. And I haven't received all of those answers. You and I had a conversation where you actually stated, yes, there's been where we've projected higher, but you complimented the city because they don't spend anywhere near it. And so this part is just a little bit misleading to come in and say there's $17 million difference when you're looking at projections and expenditures. I just want to get the answers to the budget. I want transparency. I want to understand what is being presented to us.
I appreciate that, Councilwoman Caldwell. Just for the record, also the 25-26 activity where it shows the 17 million, that is actuals. Those are, so we've collected 147 million while we've already spent 165. And so I do want to circle back to the electric. If you can give me that information so I can go back, because I tried finding it and I needed some more communication from you. If you would, we can, if you don't mind if I send you an email to get that information.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll do that tonight.
And let me just say thank you for your hard work. I know that you all have been working hard on this, but we do need to make sure that we can all walk away with the same understanding of what this means and how we can, right? So,
So I know that there was 2 electrical fund issues. Are you talking about the transfer in, or are you talking about the 11 million?
So there's been a number. There was the transfer out of the $4.9 million that was transferred out of the electric fund. We didn't get confirmation on why that transfer took place. There was the other financing sources that would not be transferred into the account until the end of June. That was, I think, $6.9 million, which could potentially offset the $3 million deficit that we were seeing at the time.
You did get an email from me on that one.
Okay, and then there was the capital cost. We projected that we would spend $4.1 million. That was amended. We have not seen any budget amendments, but that was amended to $11.9 million. And based on our last budget and finance meeting, we saw for April we had only spent $4.4 million. Part of why that is of concern is because, one, we are doing a rate study, and we've submitted information to ECG on how much we're spending, and part of what it says is that we're spending $11.9 million when we haven't come close to that. And so I am a bit worried that the numbers are inflated and ECG may be doing a rate study on incorrect data. They also mentioned in their meeting that they asked us for up-to-date information back in March and they have not received it, and that was just a couple of weeks ago. So I'm a little bit concerned about that inflated cost associated with the capital funds. I don't know if that's on this.
So is that 11 million that you're speaking of, was that on one GL line, or was that something that you saw across the board? Because that's what I was looking for, if you were looking at one specific GL line, so that I could go down and get an understanding.
In the budget book, it was listed as capital cost, a capital expenditure.
Okay.
And ECG also presented a $10 million number, but what was presented to us in the budget and finance meeting is that we only spent $4 million. And so if it looks like we're spending $12 million when we've only spent $4 million, it just makes me question again, is there a deficit there? Because if we actually make that number what it is today, there's no deficit.
Well, if you, so let me circle back to the $6 million that you spoke about from the budget. So that transfer in is from the fund balance. So essentially that would be coming from the reserve. And so that's kind of like what I'm circling back to, because a lot of these budgets have been balanced with the fund balance. And so at the end of the year, it right sizes it, right? It makes it like if you're behind $100, then it takes that $100 from fund balance. That's what I'm trying to get away from, because that's our savings account and it needs to be treated as such.
Right.
It's not just an account you go to when you need to balance a budget. Balancing a budget, it means needs versus wants. That's when you get in conversations with your directors, and you have to make slight cuts, not important cuts, but everyone has to concede a little bit. Otherwise, it will be touching the fund balance, and that's what I don't want. That's not what our city deserves.
And I hear that, and I can accept that recommendation, and I think that's why we're in the midst of doing the rate study now, which city manager mentioned would be done by the end of this month, and we should have a new rate that will make sure that our operating cost in future years doesn't tap into that.
Right.
Right? So I think we're on the right track there, but it still goes back to that capital cost where it's a $7.8 million difference from what we thought we would spend.
Okay, let me see if I can find that real quick, if you don't mind. It was straight 11 million?
It was 11.9.
I was just going to say that was something that was sent out. Can we use that during?
I'm going to ask.
Okay, can we ask because, okay, yes.
Yeah. So I think she's asking a question, and I'll just kind of.
Okay.
We pulled this up in the last meeting. It's in the budget book, page 82. I mean, you don't have to answer it now. It's just, this is where and why we've been challenging it, because there's unanswered questions, and we've had the budget now, 2 months? And these are questions that I've asked since day one, like, why does this say this? And so that's where that's coming from.
Okay, fair.
Okay, I'm sorry. Are you going to wait for her to answer that question?
No, she doesn't have to answer
Okay.
now. I think it was just explaining, yeah.
All right, so we had Councilwoman Caldwell and then Councilman Atkins and then Councilwoman Martin Rogers, then now Councilwoman Cummings, you're in after Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Cartwright, I too would just like to thank you for the budget that you presented, you and your team, Mr. Cephas and Ms. Wilkins, for working on this. Last year, I think that you were a part of my first one-on-one, and I was a bit confused as to what was presented to me during that particular session, numbers presented in aggregate, and all of those things. So this is the first time that I am seeing a budget where there's more detail and more line items. To my colleague's point, there are a few things that are still in aggregate, and so I hope that we can get some clarity on those things to break those out for line items, so there's a better understanding, not just for us, but also for our citizens. But I just want to thank you so much, and the fact that, you know, in my estimation, based on the slides that you presented this evening, projections and actuals, the projections are very important because the budget is built on that. And the state law requires that we submit a zero balance budget. So if we're using dollars that we're going to collect nowhere close to, then that could potentially pose serious issues for us as a municipality. And I think that based on trends and actuals in the previous years and building a budget in that way, understanding where we need to trim fat so that we can move forward and be more solid in terms of our financials is, I think, the right approach. While there are some discrepancies, I think that coming into this position, when you did and trying to build this budget, it was almost like building it from scratch, is a tremendous amount of work. Even people who balance their proverbial checkbooks will have some discrepancies every now and again. And when you're dealing with a general fund and 5 enterprises and many sources of revenue and a lot of expenditures, that is to be expected. And I just would like to commend you on the job that you and your team have done to get us this far. We'll work out our kinks so that we can move forward, but thank you so much.
Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Yes, and I'm going to go on record again because the most egregious page of that budget is page 105, the city manager's budget. And I'm not going to be supporting a budget in which the city manager has salary and wages increased to $186,420. That was never brought before this council. And in fact, it's egregious. The city manager also increased his car allowance in technology allowance, which is a breach of his contract and against our code of ordinances and the city charter. So we can start right there, number one, with this budget. That has no business being in the budget because it wasn't brought before council. In addition to that, the backdoor utility rate increases were in both budgets when council took a vote to go and have a rate study done. That was presented in both budgets. Despite us taking a vote, that was a directive. We don't have our audits or bond rating done. I mean, I keep hearing the end of June, then I'm hearing the end of the year. We don't have a bond rating, but yet we have capital projects and things in the budget that just don't coincide with what is being presented. So I do appreciate the work that you have done, but this budget is questionable. And if the residents in my community have questions for me, then I have to push back on it because they didn't elect me to say, sure, we're going to go with a page 105 in the budget, but then we have $443,000 set aside for community concerts. And all of our emails are a matter of public record. 4 council members do communicate via email. I have been provided those public records, so they know who they are. So what I will support is a budget meeting so that we can provide the city manager and you as a part of his staff what we want to see in this budget. I do not want to see a breach of the city manager's contract. I do not want to see our ordinance tested. I don't want to see any of that. I want to see a good, clean budget, and I think the first start with that is a budget meeting so that the residents know where everyone on this council stands as far as this budget is concerned. But as it looks today, just because of page 105, I cannot support like this budget or what has been presented to council. And I yield. It is after midnight, so I don't know where we're going to go with the rest of this conversation, but I yield at this time.
Madam Mayor,
Um,
I would like to respond since my name's been brought up on this.
Yes, we had one more question from Councilwoman Cummings, but if she wants to yield her time to this, I mean, it's up, Councilwoman Cummings.
So to just take, just give me 1 sec. So, first of all, I'd like to thank you guys, for coming up with this budget. Yeah, there are some things in there that we do not agree with, and that's fine. That was your first stab at it, or your second stab at it. And there are some things that we do have questions and concerns about. So I know Councilmember Martin Rogers mentioned it's a shared document, it's a spreadsheet, and basically it has, it went out to all members of council and the mayor, and it has your concerns and your solutions. So each council member has 5. So that's about 45. Some of them may or may not overlap, but those issues or those concerns that we have regarding the budget, we'll list them on there. And I always believe if you're going to give a problem, at least have some sort of solution. And there's a solution column. The city manager and you are included in this, and it's a shared document, so people can update live whenever. But you do get an opportunity to see what's on there and make those necessary adjustments. We can come back together, and I don't have a problem still. I think there should be some sort of, if we do have a budget meeting, I don't have a problem with that, so that people can come out and know exactly what it is that we're speaking of. You guys can make some adjustments on those budgets based on what it is that we'd like to see. And from there, I still don't have a problem with the audit. But I know the thing is, I know the city attorney, she read about the deadline. And it's recommended that we do make the deadline date. But if not, if we can at least get these adjustments, these things taken care of, potentially approve the budget, still go along with the audit, because like you said, there are some things that we do need to make sure, we want to have checks and balances in place. And then once the auditor comes in, and if there's something else that they find, they bring it back to us, we can always do a budget amendment. But I mean, I just want you, I understand, the staff, what you guys did when you did the work, but there's some things that we just 100% just do not agree with. Education and training, everybody on this diocese was totally against that. So there are some things, like I said, I've started doing an update on mine. I don't know if the mayor, if we want to do like a hard date, a time that we can get this done, because we'd like to have the budget approved by the end of the month. And if we can, we need a deadline just so you all can work on this. If everybody's in agreement with it, I'm just trying to come up with some sort of process so that we can get this done, something that everybody is made aware of. That way if there are potential sidebar conversations, it's on this one shared document. Everybody has an opportunity to see what each person wrote or filled in. You all have an opportunity to look at it, work on it, make those necessary adjustments, and then we come back together and we can get this get this budget taken care of. So that was my only statement. I yield.
Okay, thank you. City Manager Jones?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, and I appreciate that, Councilman Cummings, and welcome the opportunity to help clean that up so that we can get a budget passed. I want to clarify a couple of things since I think the word egregious was used for the city manager's budget. For the public, I want you to know that the numbers that I believe Councilman Martin Rogers is referring to is a year that didn't have a city manager, a full-time city manager, and in fact had part-time or consultants serving in that role. And so allowances for technical equipment, those things were zeroed out because they hadn't had a city manager full-time. In addition to that, the city manager's office hasn't been fully staffed for several years. So yeah, there's going to be an increase in salaries because when you don't have a vacancy accounted for in your budget, and then you fill in the vacancy, even though that vacancy exists, then it's going to show a sharp increase. So we literally, in past budgets, have not budgeted for vacancies. And so that is another thing that is a little irregular. I think the amendments was brought up, and I had to do a real quick research. So I came from a AAA bonded city most recently. we never did more than 2 amendments a year, maybe 3 if there was some type of unforeseen emergency. If you look it up, a solid organization shouldn't have to do those. We were doing them every month, or at least it certainly appeared to be when I first got here. And so that showed a lack of discipline. That showed, if you look it up, poor operations and weak discipline is what will come up. I clearly had brought in direction. We do not need to be doing budget amendments every other month. There's no reason for that. So yeah, we do budget amendments mid-year and a budget amendment end of the year. That's how cities that are disciplined, that are solid in their finances, that's how they operate. And so while we might have to do some, because we're not quite where a stable, solid, AAA bond-rated city should be, I'll take that. But we're not going to continue to go down doing a budget amendment every other month. And if this council is used to seeing that, that is not normal. To go on, it has also been stated several times about the last year's budget. So to be on record, for the record, my very first day was watching this council approve the design, which was worth about $2 million for a recreation center. Now, in my world, you don't design anything until you know where your finance strategy and package is coming from. So when we did that, my very first day, my assumption is, oh, this city knows where their finance strategy is. I found out later, no, they didn't. So the 22, whatever, 33 million, whatever that was all focused on bond ratings. So to the answer to the question, what was the fund strategy? It was for bonding, but that was also with the understanding that we were ready for bonding, and we weren't. That was not presented to me till much later into my tenure that we didn't and we weren't current on our audits. And so those recommendations were based on what information I had at the time that was provided to me. And quite frankly, the people that was working in finance at the time were notorious with bringing me in on information much later than they should have. Hence, learning about a $16 million or $13 million liability on the floor of this council for the first time. This is the type of activity that was happening out of the finance department at that time. It might also be surprising to know that fixed assets were weaved into our operation budget. That is absolutely not how it's supposed to happen. By doing that, you overrepresent the true value and numbers in our operation budget, thence enticing departments to spend money that they don't have. And it created problems, at least in solid waste and in other areas as well. So I just want to be clear that despite what was being allowed in previous years were not sound, created structural imbalances, and we're just now trying to get a handle on it. So while we're going through all of this budget and preparing it, I think I heard today, building up from scratch, there was also a ton of crisis during those moments of learning these situations. And just most recent was something that was identified as a transfer in that wound up tracing right back to fund balance. And so until that learning moment of that question, we didn't know how the heck fund balance was being siphoned until we saw that it was being built into a structural means. It was built into the budget that we were tackling fund balance to cover up our lack of discipline in projections. That's critical. That's important. And those are the things that we have had to deal with while also trying to present a balanced budget. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, City Manager Jones. Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
And briefly, because this is a work session, I will be addressing additional items that you discussed, but very briefly, Mr. City Manager, East Point has always had a city manager, whether that's been someone appointed to the position until we hired someone. We've always had a city manager. We had Howard Brown, then I think Miss Iris Jesse, and then you came on board. So we've always had someone that held the position of city manager. So, and they've been a full-time city manager. Secondly, those allowances in the budget, no. They've always maintained, per your contract, you get $500 a month. Those allowances weren't put in the budget because we had an absent city manager. That's not true. The $500 is the $500, and your contract says that we will provide you a cell phone and a laptop. So I don't know, that money wasn't in previous budgets. Per our charter, you mentioned additional salaries, but per our charter, a deputy city manager is in the charter. Last year, we did budget for an assistant city manager. So I think what would be helpful in your budget is that you itemize, because you can't create positions that have not been brought before this council. And again, when I first heard the deficit, it was 27 million, then 12 million, then 10 million. We haven't had one budget amendment. I said in the last meeting that budget amendments are brought before council because our budget is a forecast. You are supposed to watch the budget as we progress through that financial cycle, and we have not had one amendment. The other thing is, Mr. City Manager, I hear what you are saying, but we had a good bond rating by S&P, and we have been informed that because we do not have those budgets or those audits, that we no longer have a bond rating. I met with you in March. Well, you came on board in March. I met with you in April, and 8 of the priorities were to get the audits done so that we could move forward with true economic development. And here we are, we don't have the audits done, and now we don't even have a bond rating, which is going to be impactful. So just make sure that when you are sharing this information, that it is accurate information. Bond ratings do help us get loans. They do. Our credit rating is impacted with what we can qualify for when we look into redevelopment. And then you talked about that issue with Fulton County. That was prior to everyone in the finance department being here. So the issue that you talked about, I believe it was in the millions. That was previous, way before any of us on council were here. You mentioned fixed asset. Solid waste always starts out with a negative. But what you're indicating is that previous administration, including myself, including former mayors, including people that sat on these budget committees, have done something wrong. So I do think that, yeah, I'm going to support a special call budget meeting so that we can sit down and talk about the things that this council wants to see in the budget, because it was a budget that you presented. And now it's time to hear from everyone on council with what we want to see in the budget. So thank you so much for your time, and I'd be happy to continue this conversation on Monday.
Thank you. Ms. Cartwright, I just want to say thank you for the one-on-ones and walking us through the budget as well. I think that the council has said that we need clarification and everybody wants to move forward, right? Nobody wants to continue to spend. Everybody wants clarification, a good budget, and we want to move forward. We want to present that to our residents so they have faith and trust in what we do. So to you and your team and everything that you've done and will continue to do, I just want to say thank you as well. This is my first budget process. I'm looking at
I'm looking at things from a process standpoint. You start here, you go through here, rounds of revision, review, approval, amendments, and those types of things. So I think that at the end of the day, just want to say thank you for all your hard work. I know you guys have been working really hard. And with that, I don't have anything else to say because I know it's late. And if council has any other questions, concerns, we did have that special call meeting. Do we need to do that, put that on the books? Do we have the dates? That's on the date, okay, on Monday. Okay. Thank you so much. Council, do we have anything for executive session?
Yes. I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm just trying to get it in the order of the, I've got one real estate. I have 2 personnel and 1, 2, 3, 4 legal. That is correct. Okay. Yeah, I asked her. She said yes. Madam Mayor, so are you leaving now? Well, I have the matters from last time that didn't get voted on.
They approved those.
When?
They approved those this morning, this afternoon. Yeah.
Okay, well, that takes me down to,
Okay.
hold on.
We can wait until Monday.
You want me to wait?
Yep.
Okay. I will defer to my council. if
Is
y'all
that the
say wait.
consensus for council?
It sounds like the sentiment may be to wait.
Is there anything time?
Well,
Is there
I
anything-
heard that you
We got
got
the-
the 2 from last time. They were on my list as the urgent ones.
Okay, okay. So we covered those earlier today.
I thank you.
All right, so if council wants to give a motion or something, or? We gotta adjourn.
Thank you, thank you. That was my Delphi,
Huh?
and that was to pay Fulton County Public Schools, which you got to. I will write the letter to go to the tax commission.
Oh,
Okay. To stop collecting the increment.
we had a motion on the floor. What was your
I'ma
motion,
let you
Councilman?
see it first.
Huh? To adjourn. We had a second from Councilman Atkins. Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, sounds like the ayes have it. We are adjourned.